Today I'm listening to a 2-minute piece by Mexican composer Carlos Chávez. It's called Estudio a Rubinstein, homage to Arthur Rubinstein for piano. And it starts with these very complicated, um, major and minor seconds. I think that characterizes the whole piece, actually. Yeah, okay. Very weird. Um, I believe this piece was written in the 70s. At least the score is copyright 76. So Chavez was quite old at this point. I think. Well, let me check out his birth date again. Yeah, so he would have been in his late 70s when he wrote this. If we look at his list of works, it is actually composed in 1973, and I don't think he wrote any piano music after this. No, he has the Capriccios for piano, which were written 2 years later. So it's his second last piano piece. If you don't know, Arthur Rubinstein is a Polish-American pianist who was born in 1887, so 2 years before Carlos Chavez was born, and he died in 1982. He's very famous as a performer of Chopin. He also played Beethoven, Mozart, Schubert, Liszt, Tchaikovsky, Saint-Saëns, and Schumann. Yeah, I don't know if this was written for Rubinstein or inspired by his playing, but there you go. I'm sure Chavez was a fan of Rubinstein's playing because the other piano pieces of his that we're looking at later in the series are Chopin inspired, right? So I think there's a connection there. Link to the recording I'm listening to is in the video description. Um, I'm going to give my opinions on that in a little bit here. If you have any opinions of your own, feel free to comment. Yeah, I'll see you in 2 minutes. Okay, this piece was a lot of fun to listen to. It's very virtuosic, and I'm glad I discovered it. The performance was really phenomenal. I think the sort of names associated with it and the challenge of it draws performers who are quite good. Um, it's not only is it all minor seconds, but it's very the theme itself is very angular and leapy, so it has a very interesting kind of pointiness to it. Um, and it's kind of noisy for the sake of being noisy, which I like. Has a couple of different ideas, like introducing both hands at the same time and introducing repeated little repeated things back and forth and adding rests even in to break up the phrase, because for the most part the piece is entirely 16th notes, right? So there's some things going on to keep it fresh, uh, like tied stuff in this section, for example, single line in the left hand against the seconds in the right hand, you know, and then it ends with a really big flourish, this chromatic run outward. And the final chord is another brand new thing, so it all feels very improvised, really unlike anything that we've heard Chavez do, and on the channel, and unlike anything in the piano series so far, I would say. Very creative piece. Um, the next piece will be Stockhausen. All right, so today's piece is Tierkreis by Stockhausen. This is a series of short repeating melodies that were originally written for music boxes, and there's one that corresponds to each sign of the zodiac. Um, you can see here on the title page there's a range given for each of them, and a main pitch, I suppose, and also a duration. So most of them, a single repetition is like around 30 seconds. Um, and then the ranges are usually around, I would say, like less than 3 octaves, sort of in the treble clef. So you can imagine this is something that if you have like a 3 octave or 4 octave toy piano or a celesta or anything like that, it'll fit onto that range. Um, this score, I believe, is for piano. I could be wrong. It also exists in a number of other versions, but we'll get to that in a second. So this piece also exists in many other versions that include piano. So for example, I have the score here for clarinet and piano, and it has all kinds of instructions on how the two performers are to interact and perform. Like there's some staging, so it's a little bit theatrical. Um, and yeah, you can see it's also in the composer's hand, and it's differs significantly from this version. So this piece is a little bit unlike Stockhausen's other work. It's sort of from the 70s, so it's not like it's his late period or anything, but it's sort of like cheerful, empty-headed little tunes, right? It's purposefully simple. You have to remember it's for like music box, um, right? Like something like this. So the medium is the point. It's the only thing that the composer has control of really is like pitch and rhythm. So that's what the focus of the piece really is. And it's like the duration is limited with that type of medium. So you have like 30 seconds to say something. Uh, they're also character pieces. They're based on tone rows, so they're serial, but they're not necessarily 12-tone serial pieces. Some of them are 14-note rows. Um, and each one is centered on a chromatic pitch. So instead of like a tonality, they have like a central pitch kind of thing. Um, you can see that in the like in the title page here, like Sagittarius, which would be my sign, the central pitch is C sharp, right? But the range is from E3 all the way up to D sharp 6, right? So the central pitch is actually quite close to the top in that one. Stockhausen sign is Leo, so if we look down here at Leo, the central pitch is still pretty high in the range. It's the A5, and then the range itself is quite high. It's like A3 to E6. There's some serial organization of rhythm. I think that's unsurprising that Stockhausen would do that. And here we get to all the versions. So there are vocal versions for 5 different voices, ranging high soprano to high tenor. There's a version for chamber orchestra. 1977, a version for clarinet and piano, which I have here. This is 1981. Trio version for clarinet, flute, and trumpet slash piano. That's the 83 version. There's a 2003 version for soprano or tenor with chording instrument. And there are 2 orchestra versions, each with only 5 of the 12 melodies. These are both written in 2007. The last one was finished the night before Stockhausen died, actually. And he was planning to do the remaining two, Cancer and Leo, for orchestra. Like he was going to orchestrate those in January of 2008, but he passed away before then. So I guess it's sort of like an unfinished version. And here we have a discography. This might be kind of interesting. By the way, this is like some of the most popular music that Stockhausen ever wrote. Um, I think here there's a bell tower in Cologne. I believe it's their city hall, which since after Stockhausen died has been playing one of the Tierkreis melodies daily. So it's like very in the popular um, consciousness, especially in Germany. Yeah, so there's a version for cello and organ. I'm just gonna put there's a recording of the cello and organ version. I'm gonna put the title of the album up here. Uh, Version for clarinet and bass clarinet recorded. Violin solo version recorded. Recorder ensemble. Two lute version. Version for solo double bass. Recording of guitar and electric guitar. This is only of melodies 3, 4, 6, 7, and 11, which would be Aries, Taurus, Cancer, Leo, and Sagittarius. 6 of the melodies on another solo violin recording by Gidon Kremer. This is Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Cancer, Leo, Sagittarius, and Aquarius again. There's a trombone solo recording. 6 of the melodies in the historical Russian archives, also violin solo. There's a solo guitar version of Aquarius, Leo, and Libra here. And then there's a version so there's another violin solo recording. That seems to be a very popular way to do them, is violin solo. Finally, we get clarinet and piano recording. Now we have a ad hoc ensemble of clarinet, saxophone, guitar, balalaika, etc. 2 of the melodies, just Capricorn and Leo, are on that recording. The piano solo version can be heard here. And there's another mixed sextet version that can be heard on this recording from 2013. Version for 2 basses, I guess, on this recording. Trumpet and piano, solo organ, flutes and cymbalum, bassoon and piano. So 3 different clarinets, voice, melodica, percussion, and more. Recorder and guitar. 6 of the melodies on percussion ensemble: Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Taurus, Libra, Leo. The trio version, this is an official Stockhausen ensemble that I mentioned earlier. Then unaccompanied piccolo version for bass, clarinet, trombone, accordion, drums, cello, double bass. I don't know how legit that one is. Bass, clarinet, and piano. Solo oboe. No, that's another mixed ensemble one. We have an orchestra recording here. Then a version for clarinet and piano here. A music boxes recording. Recording of the clarinet and piano. Recording of violin with different accompaniments. This one I think it's another percussion ensemble one. Tenor with synthesizer. This one, it's unclear. Maybe it is like historical instruments. There's a marimba and vibes and piano recording, and then a soprano and piano recording. So yeah, I'm pulling this discography off of Wikipedia, so there may be some errors in that list, but hopefully that gives you a sense of the different versions. So unlike a lot of Stockhausen's other work, which is very specific to the medium, this one is just can be for almost anything because it's really only the pitches and rhythms that matter. You can do solo versions, I guess, because it's very much just melody and accompaniment. So you can perform either just the melody and call it a performance, or you can perform both, right? So today we're just looking at the piano one because we're on the piano series. I should also mention this is something that influenced the New Simplicity movement, which is a German classical music movement in the 1970s, early 80s. Just to list some of the composers associated with it, we've only covered one of them on the channel, Wolfgang Rimm. Um, but other composers include Deltev Müller-Siemens, Wolfgang von Schweinitz, Ulrich Strauss, Manfred Trohan, Hans-Jürgen von Boss, Hans Christian von Dadelsen, and I think Rim is the only one of this group who has seen some reasonable success. I mean, the piece of his we looked at was quite complicated, but when we looked into it further, it was like very intuitively written and was all about like expressing something directly to elicit certain emotions. Um, You could expand this school to include a lot of other composers in other countries. This is not like the strict use of the term New Simplicity, but you could think of the Cologne School, which included Walter Zimmermann, Peter Eötvös, Messias Magwasha, Clarence Barlow, who we've talked about on the channel in the Barak Perelman episode. Um, Also, we've seen names like Christopher Fox come up, and uh, yeah, you could think about like how this is maybe synonymously happening at the same time as the sacred minimalists are making stuff. So this is in like Soviet countries, like countries that were then Soviet, but like leaving the Soviet Union. So Gurecki, Pärt, Taverner. But the point I'm trying to make is the German New Simplicity is very much inspired by Stockhausen and specifically this group of pieces. Um, Whereas other movements that were trending in a similar way had different points of inspiration and different angles of looking at it. So, yeah, if you want to listen to these with me today, link to the recording is in the video description. And I'll see you in about 12 minutes. I think most people perform a couple repetitions of each one, so it takes time. Um, yeah, I'll let you know what I think. I don't think I've ever listened to these, so it'll be an interesting window into a whole 1970s kind of world. Okay, yeah. So I think this version, just in the high register of the piano, is really expressive. It gives the performer a lot of control over how loud and the pacing of things. You know what I mean? Like the dynamics, tempo, all that stuff is very controlled, but it still gives you that music box quality, which I think is kind of essential to the concept of the piece. Yeah, it's also interesting to see some elements of the composition in the score, like some of the movements don't have bar lines, which makes me realize that, as a music box, it's like there is no beginning and end, and there are no bar lines really. So Stockhausen had to decide where the bar lines fell, which I think is kind of interesting. It says a lot about how he thinks about the phrasing of the piece. Also, Stockhausen had to decide where each movement ended, right, and where it began. So a lot of them begin with very like distinctive things, right? Like the Sagittarius begins with this descending chromatic thing. So does the Scorpio. It's like very distinctive, and a lot of them end on a long chord, which sounds very final. Most of them start and end with the same central note, you could say, in the melody. So uh, the central pitch or whatever is like seems to be in the top voice. It's always in the melody, and then all of the accompanimental stuff is kind of composed around that um, sound world that the melody establishes. I think Leo is by far the most pleasant to listen to. It's very simple, I'm not surprised by that because it is Stockhausen's own sign. Um, I guess other ones I liked Taurus and I liked Scorpio. Um, Actually, the last three were all pretty good. Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn all worked really well back to back. I think I just like Taurus because I like going from Aries to Taurus. It's like goes from this very active, like contrapuntal thing to something more simple and focused on harmony. So that's a nice moment. Um, yeah, I guess just in my closing remarks here, I want to say that these pieces are a bit of a rabbit hole, and I didn't really know what I was getting into when I started pulling up Wikipedia today and researching. So if there's anything you know about this stuff that I didn't cover, please comment and supplement with some discussion because I think this is like a very important piece in Stockhausen's output, and clearly it has, um, he milked it for a lot of money, and a lot of people like playing them, and yeah, like for I have no idea if all these different versions are Stockhausen's own or if just people started playing them on different instruments and recording them. So yeah, any information on that would be great. It's fair enough that I covered in the piano series, but maybe it could have been better saved for my, like, I have a bunch of scores for variable instrumentation as well. And that's basically what this is. But yeah, I made a similar mistake in the orchestra series when I had like in C featured, which famously is performed by orchestras, but it's like definitely just variable instrumentation, and the most seminal recording is just a chamber ensemble. So, uh, you know, take with that what you will. And I think the score tomorrow is a little bit more clearly for piano. Yeah, it's a short piece by Sofia Gubaidulina, and we're going to see a lot more of her pieces as we go into the 70s and 60s. Um, so, yeah. Today's piece is a short piano work by Russian composer Sofia Gubaidulina. It's called Invention from 1974. This is our second Gubaidulina episode. We've already covered her violin concerto Offertorium way back in the orchestra series. And this is the piece here. It seems to be a scan from some university. No front matter today. And it's 3 pages, mostly 16th notes. I'm assuming it's like 2 minutes long, maybe less. If you're not familiar with the channel format, I've covered Gubaidulina's biography, etc., in the first episode, so you'll have to go to that if you want to know more about her. Today I'm just going to be talking about this piece. Yeah, obviously the title is like a bit Baroque, sort of like a a Bach invention, right? And it seems to be in two parts, so it is like a two-part invention. This recording here is by Deanna Baker, and I'll put a link in the video description. Uh, please spend a minute now to just listen to it, and I'll talk about it for about a minute afterwards and get on with my day. So, yeah, nice. So it's it's a very short little piece. Obviously, a couple things that I find interesting about it is how chromatic it is. It's the theme sort of sounds a little bit Baroque, but then it sort of trails off into chromatic land. Um, the long held tones tend to like descend in a chromatic scale, right? So you have this descending chromatic scale idea, which sometimes deviates, sometimes you'll go down by a whole tone or something. A lot of hocketing between the two hands, which looks a lot like a lot of fun, and that's something you can very visually see on the page. Yeah, the two introduction of the two themes on the first page is very clear, and the ending is a little bit comical, just descending into the depths of the piano. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Shostakovich, not a ton, and it's very like a lot of Sofia's music. It's very much like a bit of a flex, like look what I can do kind of thing. Like she's very skilled composer and is not afraid to show it. I like the articulation at the beginning, martellato. Is kind of interesting. And I think this pianist did a good job of playing the whole invention with this type of articulation. I do like getting these short piano pieces occasionally. It makes it easier to do an episode a day kind of thing. And that's one of the good things about piano music is just the variety and in size and scope of these pieces. Okay, tomorrow is our first John Cage piece, believe it or not. And it's Etudes Australes 3 and 4. Today's piece is Etudes Australes, books 3 and 4 by John Cage. Um, this is a series of 32 etudes divided over 4 books, so this is the second half of them. I think they get increasingly difficult from book 1 to book 4. Um, got a huge program note here to get through, and we also have to talk about John Cage. The pieces themselves are actually laid out like kind of like 4 pages per etude. So that's etude number 17, and it's 4 staves because it's like a duet for 2 hands. Effectively, at any point in the piece, either hand can be at any point along the piano. So it's like incredibly just difficult by design. You can kind of see how it's laid out here. Each book has 8 etudes. The title comes from Atlas Australis, a book of star maps which was used in the compositional process. Any diamond-shaped note heads indicate a note to be held sostenuto throughout the particular etude. To keep such keys depressed down, you have to use rubber wedges. So I imagine like you would cut a piece of eraser to like wedge in between the white keys or black keys. In some of the later etudes, which is what we're looking at right now, all of the notes played cannot be written clearly within the allotted space on the page. So instead of opting for twice as many pages for a specific etude, John Cage has this appendix. Um, I guess we'll just come to them when we come to them, but yeah, you can see there's all these little appendices. So usually, I guess you'd see like some sort of letter on the page, and then you'd need to memorize this little thing. So, for example, Appendix F is these two chords, which I guess happen so quickly that there's no room on the page to notate them. In principle, the point in time of a note is its own and can be read by referring to its center. Notes connected by a stem are to be played simultaneously. So that's the point of the stems, is just to say these notes are happening at the same time. They're sort of like an aggregate. Open notes are to be held as long as possible. Yeah, octava signs, when there's no bracket, they just apply to the aggregate or note that they're on top of. In performance, there should be a correspondence between space and time such that the music sounds as it looks. However, as in traveling through space, circumstances sometimes arise where it is necessary to shift gears and go, as the case may be, faster or slower. And this was written in 1975, so I think he did all the pre-comp, basically, and devised how to notate it, and then it was actually notated and engraved by Carlo Carnevali and Wilmia Paulner. It was composed for Greet Sultan. This is a German-American pianist. Cage dedicated two pieces to Sultan. The first was part of his Music for Piano series, Music for Piano 53 through 68. In 1974, when Sultan was in the process of learning Cage's music of changes, the composer offered to write new music for her, and the result was the cycle Etudes Australes. Sultan made the premiere recording of the work and played it in concerts worldwide. Cage made a catalog of 3, 4, and 5 note aggregates, which could be played by a single hand without the other one assisting it. Overall, there's 550 4 and 5 note chords available. This is across the range of the entire piano, I'm assuming. And his other idea was to use star charts as a source material. And he'd already done this with orchestra piece Atlas Eclipticalis in 1961. And with songbooks, 1970, maybe not the entire piece, but I guess there's something in his work that he's been doing already. There's a paragraph here about the process of composing. Hopefully it's clear enough. So he would take a strip of 3/4 inch, like transparent plastic, place it over the map. So this would limit the number of stars being used because they're falling within the strip. And within the width of this strip, Cage would discern the 12 tones of the octave, right? So that would sort of give him, I guess, a pitch class basis for when different things happen. And then he would refer to the I Ching to use chance operations to transfer these tones into different octaves, right? And obviously assign them to left or right hands. So you can see that this does not, like the use of chance operations, it's not like a completely graphic representation of stars translated. It's more like their density in space is reflected in the proportions of the score, but as to where they fall on the keyboard and in which hand is kind of just like randomized. If he had strings of notes, some of them based on I Ching sort of operations, some of them would remain as single tones, others would become parts of aggregates. And now this sort of like distinction between aggregates and single notes, aggregates of various size, this is something that's controlled over the course of the entire cycle. So more single note things in the first book, and then more like aggregates in the later books. Okay, John Cage was born in 1912 and he died in 1992, so he would have been in his 70s at the time of composing this piece, or at least approaching his 70s. He's an American composer. He's famous for pioneering indeterminacy in music, which is sort of what we've been talking about. The use of chance operations is one aspect of this. The other aspect is like giving the performer freedom to do things. So, like, for example, proportional notation, right? And his performance instruction that we read earlier that encourage the performer to speed up and slow down as needed, right? That sort of thing. He also has he's famous for his electroacoustic music and non-standard use of musical instruments. He's a leading figure of the post-war avant-garde, I think it's safe to say. His teachers include Henry Cowell, Arnold Schoenberg, both of whom he studied with in the 1930s. His major influences in his later work include East and South Asian cultures, Indian philosophy, and Zen Buddhism. This is how he came to the idea of aleatoric music or chance-controlled music, which is basically what he's been doing since the 1950s. His best-known work is, of course, the 1952 composition 4 minutes and 33 seconds, which is a silent piece. This has gone on to influence tons of composers, many of which we've covered in the channel already. Basically, any composer who uses silence liberally in their concert music owes is like indebted to Cage's work, you know. He's also famous for prepared piano, so he has these sonatas and interludes that he wrote in the 1940s, which involve inserting different objects and preparations into piano strings to sort of convert the piano into like a percussion ensemble. Cage is also famous for his percussion pieces. Like he's one of the first composers to work with unpitched percussion and treat it like art music. I'm thinking of his constructions, and he also was the first to write for toy piano, which has since become like a whole thing that composers do. I have intention to do a whole toy piano series because I have a lot of scores. Um, and a toy piano is basically just like any sort of uh, like fake piano where metal tines are struck with plastic hammers rather crudely instead of, you know, an electric piano doesn't count, obviously. He also is very influential with the New York school. So he taught a number of composers in New York in the 1950s who went on to really be sort of leading figures in avant-garde music. So this includes Morton Feldman, Earl Brown, and Christian Wolff. And all three of them sort of approach indeterminacy in a different way. Morton Feldman, whose music we've covered, he went on to sort of notate music very strictly in his later style, but he was always very, very much playing with silence, which, you know, is sort of influenced by his teacher. Yeah, some other important pieces would be his concerto for prepared piano and chamber orchestra, which I believe is like a modular piece that you can take apart. Um, this is a piece that involved the I Ching, I think. Well, Music of Changes is the big sort of I Ching piano piece. And in terms of electronic music, there's also his Williams mix, which is a piece of tape music that involves splicing together many different types of sounds. I guess he didn't really get famous until the 1960s, and he had a lot of international fame, especially in Europe. and was pretty much based in New York his whole career after I think his education was out west. And I guess he did this like super complex stuff in the 70s. He also wrote violin pieces, which were like a companion piece to Etudes Australes. These are the Freeman Etudes. Yeah, his indeterminacy stuff. Some of the earliest people to be influenced by it was like in Europe, Witold Lutoslawski and Mauricio Kagel. His rhythmic structure experiments, I guess, started to influence a lot of the early um, American minimalists like Lamont Young, Terry Riley, uh, which we've covered these composers already. Yeah, I don't really want to get into all the like pop and rock acts that claim to be inspired by him. Oh, another thing about John Cage is he was really interested in the music of Eric Satie and lectured about Satie's music. Um, so that's sort of his work as a musicologist was like popularizing Satie. He was also like very well acquainted with abstract expressionist painters and visual artists while in New York. Um, so that's an important aspect of him too. I mean, there's so much more I could talk about. I think that's a fair introduction, and we'll get to know a little bit more of his music in the piano series here. But for now, we're going to listen to books 3 and 4. I'll put a link in the video description so you can listen along. I have no idea how long this is going to take, but hopefully it's like in the range of an hour or less. I guess it depends on the performer, but it's so complicated. I mean, how fast can you realistically play it, right? Okay, so I just finished listening to book 3. Actually, I accidentally listened to the first etude of book 4. Um, and this is taking longer than I expected, so I'm gonna break up the post listen into 2 parts. I'm gonna go to the gym and then come back and listen to etudes 26 through 32. And they seem to be kind of getting slower as they become more and more difficult to play. It's honestly a little bit of a like it's hurting my brain reading along. So I haven't been super focused. Just having this one staff that's lower in between is like kind of throwing me off constantly. Um, there's not a lot that changes the character of each one, besides the fact that they're slowly getting more and more difficult. Like they all kind of have this uniform sound to them. I think my favorite so far has been number 23. It has a bunch of stopped notes at the beginning. So we have C3, yeah, C3, A2, E2, uh, D sharp 2, or A sharp 1, I guess, and then F sharp, D, B. So these would all be stopped with erasers, and it creates a totally different sort of resonance in the piano. This C, I don't know how this is chosen by the composer, but it seems to be the one thing that sort of changes the character of each etude. They all have different resonances because of the keys that are depressed silently throughout. Also, the 23rd one had a moment here where we get A flat, D flat, A flat, D flat, D flat, just single notes for a long time. And that was a fun moment where I realized how random everything truly was. Maybe something like that'll come up later. I'm starting to see more and more of these appendices pop up, and it that also makes the score harder to read because there's things that are being played that I can't hear. Um, for the most part, I think this is probably more interesting to see live than it is to read along with the score. Just because you would be able to see like how the two hands are moving all over the instrument. Um, it seems to be a really intense performance practice, and I don't know if this is the way to do it, to just play them all in a row, because each one takes a little bit of setup, but that's how I'm listening to it anyways. So, yeah, I'll check back in later tonight. Hopefully, I don't have to stay up too late. Okay, so my thoughts on the second half. I think they got a little bit longer. Definitely really, really dense with notes and these um, complexes or clusters or whatever you want to call them. Um, I think like 29, 30, 31 were actually the hardest, and then 32 was surprisingly sparse and had a really nice resonant like key depression at the beginning here, so sort of like two clusters, A, B, and G, A flat with like a B flat in the middle. Um, so 32 was actually one of the better ones. I liked how it contrasted with the previous movements. I'm calling them movements, they're etudes technically. Also 28 was a really good one, I think. Yeah, 28 had some like more variety of sparse and busy sections, and it was like the last sort of like playable one before it got really crazy. And it has like five notes that have to be depressed, so it's a little bit more resonant. I mean, it was kind of fascinating, the ones that only had one note depressed the whole time, like because you would occasionally just hear that note sustaining. Which one has the D sharp? Maybe it was 26 or 27. Yeah, 27 had just this D sharp, and there was a weird moment where it was ringing out, like, and it was really making certain notes resonate. Must have been one of the sections where it was a bit sparser, but that was kind of really weird effect. I do think it's kind of fascinating that he made cataloged all these different hand positions, all the different chords you could play, and then just it's like a surface detail of the piece, right? You have these points of sound, and sometimes they're chords, and sometimes they're just single notes. Um, Really effective way to portray stars. I mean, it's like you just look at the page and it looks like a bunch of stars. Um, it's very alienating, like looking into space. This, I would say, is probably the most challenging listen um, of this series, the piano series, maybe of any series we've done. Like, this is really, really hard to listen to for an extended period of time. I think I can handle like one eight or two etudes, but listening to 16 of them was quite a task. That's our first John Cage piece, and from 1975, and we're gonna keep going back in time. Um, I'm not even gonna pull up what the next piece is. We're just gonna have to wait and see. All right, so today's piece is Evryali by Xenakis. This is a solo piano piece from, I want to say 1973. Yeah. It starts quadruple forte without pedal. It looks a little bit simpler than the last piece we looked at, Mists. Let me just scroll through it a bit. Oh no, there's a lot of stuff on multiple staves. Yeah, sort of a over the top use of staves actually. I don't know where this ranks in terms of difficulty with other Xenakis pieces. If you look at this sort of monster ending here, we have pedal change, like gradual pedal changes, right? And then like dynamic changes on every note. Some challenging things for sure. Let's see what I can find about this thing. I didn't do my research ahead of time or anything. Uh, okay, it is also based on arborescences. So this was something that came up in Mists, uh, which was like different proliferations of melodic lines. Now, Mists, I think it was a certain category of melodic treatment. Here, it seems to be the whole topic of the piece. It's his second major piano work after Herma, which and was written 10 years after that piece. Dedicated to and composed for Marie-Françoise Bouquet. She was a French pianist who lived from 1937 to 2018. I think that's a fairly long life. He was a specialist in 20th century music, also having pieces written for her by Busotti and Betsy Jolas. Uh, she was a piano professor at the Conservatoire de Paris from 1986 until her death. So 10 years after uh, being gifted this piece, she's recorded works by Bizet, Bartok, Stockhausen, and Stravinsky with the Philips label. And she won an Edison for one of her Schoenberg recordings. Okay. It's not particularly detailed bio, but there you go. Numerous passages are impossible to play as written, either because it's physically impossible to reach the notes, or because the written note is not available on most pianos. Therefore, the performer has to create a reduction of the piece in order to make it playable. We got fixed rhythmic passages, stochastic clouds, polyphonic arborescences, which we mentioned earlier, monophonic waves, and silence. I guess silence is a big feature of it. It's one of those segmented pieces, so it's in 50 segments and it's only 11 minutes long. Kind of like a lot of Stockhausen, or yeah, like a lot of Stockhausen and also a lot of Xenakis's early work. Apparently, there's a lot of connections between its material and the work, orchestra work Sinaphi, which Xenakis composed 4 years earlier. Several passages from Evryali were later reused in his chamber work Dikthos from 1979. So, with that background, I think we can get listening to this thing. Um, and I'll let you know my opinions on first listen. Recording in the video description. If you're interested in this score, it's published by Edition Salabert. It was published just a year after it was first composed. And this is a French publisher that I believe also does a number of like spectral scores, like Hugh Dufour, Gerard Grisey, Tristan Muraille, I think. And yeah, let's get into it. Okay, so this was an interesting listen. Rhythmically, it's very kind of choppy, and it's just got sort of this straight 16th thing going on the whole time. Interesting variety of textures you get in the piece. Um, this performance is it's very commendable, but the experience of looking at the score while hearing it. It's very clearly like unplayable music. Like to get all of these dynamics is not really reasonable. And I guess a lot of the things that characterize the piece are like brutally unidiomatic for the piano, just like repeated note stuff, like these multiple tremolos at the same time on single notes. I mean, in the span of a few seconds, it's not going to come out. I think Mists was a lot more compelling, um, just in terms of its rhythm and the use of like line writing and melody to sort of like etch out these things. This is more like a sound mask kind of thing that doesn't quite work because it's not an orchestra. It's a piano. Yeah, I think that's my take on Evryali. And next will be I'm trying to not do anything super long tomorrow, but I might be kind of stuck. Okay, we have a couple of George Crumb pieces that we can look at. I think we'll look at his five pieces for piano, which is one I'm not so familiar with. And then after that, we'll get into some of his Makrokosmos stuff. Um, I yeah, I I'll get there when I get there, I guess. Today I'm going to be listening to George Crumb's Macrocosmos Volume 2. If you're not familiar with the series of pieces, there are four Macrocosmos, I believe. The first two are for amplified piano. The third one is for two pianos, two percussion. And the fourth one is for piano, four hands, amplified piano, four hands. Um, so this is the most recent one that falls under the solo piano series, which we're doing right now. 12 fantasy pieces after the Zodiac. So part one is Cancer, morning music, Sagittarius, the mystic chord, Pisces, rain death variations, Gemini, twin suns. Part two is Virgo, ghost nocturne for the druids of Stonehenge, Taurus, gargoyles, Scorpio, Tora Tora Tora, Aries, a prophecy of Nostradamus. Part three is Libra, a cosmic wind, Aquarius, voices from Corona Borealis, Leo, Litany of the Galactic Bells, and Capricorn, Agnus Dei. And each one of these parts ends with a movement that is also called a symbol. So let's look at those. I have a feeling it's going to be kind of graphic. So here's the first symbol, Gemini, twin suns. This is the like notated stuff that Crumb's very famous for. This like very beautiful handwritten notation. Okay, then we go to movement 8. We have the Aries one. Looks like that. And then movement 12 is the Agnus Dei, which looks like a peace symbol. If we actually look at how to play these three, I think this one, you start here, right? You go around this section marked A. Then you wait for 7 seconds. That's what that fermata means. And then you move over to this side, right? And I don't know if there's any repeats. I think you just play through it. So the graphical element, I mean, it serves no function other than to look very pretty, and it's a symbol. It's symbolic. This one you perform A, the top half circle, then the inner half circle B, Then C is performed reading this way, right? Then you flip the page over and play D, also from left to right, but with the page flipped. Then E is the inner circle on this side, and then F is the outer circle on the same side. This one, you have A and B are the two inner parts of the peace sign, and then C is the long vertical part of the peace sign, and then D is the circle around it. So that's the order you play these in. This piece was premiered by Robert Miller in New York City at Alice Tilly Hall, November 12th, 1974. In order to execute all the effects in Makrokosmos II, harmonics should be taped. Yeah, so like harmonics and pizzicato notes, you should place tape on the strings, is what is suggested here. And these are all the notes that you need to mark. I believe the ones with the harmonic symbol over top, you need to mark the fifth partial in the case of this bracket. So for example, on the lowest B string, you find the harmonic that sounds that D sharp, right? So what is it again? I think it's like 3 octaves and or maybe it's just 2 octaves and a major third. So that's for all of these. The ones over here, what marked with the B bracket, you just have to find the octave harmonic, right? So you just put a piece of tape at the middle of the string, so you know where that is. All the other notes that are not bracketed, you just mark them so that you can find them to play pizzicato, basically. It doesn't matter where along the string you mark them, just mark the string. I think that's what this is for. Notice he doesn't bother with anything above this D natural. The really high notes, I guess, are not super effective with those techniques. There's 2 types of pizzicato, fingertip and fingernail, with FT and FN as the indications. Same goes for glissandi. They can be played with the fingertip or the fingernail. You can mute the string or dampen it with the hand that's not playing. You can play with the fingernail on the keys, right? So as you're playing the notes, like make that sound of the fingernail contacting. For a couple movements, you need other preparations. So there should be a paper inserted in the strings in movement 1. Glass tumblers are needed for movement 5. These are for bending the pitch of the strings. Percussionist wire brush is needed for movement 9. There are sung passages, which, if played by a female pianist, should be taken an octave higher. I guess a more gender-inclusive way of saying that would be, if taken by a high voice, sing it an octave higher than written. He gives some notes on how to mic the piano, because it should be amplified, and then he has some fermatas, which are very pretty. I think they're straightforward, right? The numbers always indicate the number of seconds. Then there's 3 different sizes of breath mark, which I think is kind of interesting. The whole piece can be played with volume 1, or it can be performed by itself. Do not take excerpts from it. Like, do not play single movements. So the dedicatee, Robert Miller, was an American pianist and attorney, born 1930, died 1981. In 1952, his senior thesis at Princeton University was on Beethoven's Diabelli variations. He specialized in performing music by Northeastern American composers. Milton Babbitt, Stefan Wolpe, uh, Charles Wuorinen, Elliott Carter, Mario Davidovsky. That's interesting. So the synchronism number 6 for piano and electronic sound was for Miller. That's a pretty big one. Interestingly, this Makrokosmos II doesn't come up in the wiki, but I think this is also a very important milestone of American piano music. Roger Sessions' second piano sonata, I guess, is another piece of repertoire associated with him. I don't know if that one was dedicated to him. Okay, so Robert Miller did die of cancer at age 50. So he left at an untimely age. There was an LP released in 1982 dedicated to his memory, which includes his final recording of Wuorinen's Arabia Felix. Cool. Yeah, I love getting to know a little bit of Northeastern American new music history. So I'm gonna have a listen to this. I'm not listening to Volume One until a few days from now, so I'm listening to this without the knowledge of that volume, and I'll let you know what I think. I mean, it's an exciting piece because I think of the piano pieces of Crumbs that I have, this is probably like the Macrocosmos are probably the most famous. So yeah, it'll be definitely worth getting into here. Link to a recording is in the video description, and I hope my introduction was able to help get you into it. Okay, cool. So this was an interesting listen. Visually, this is a very striking score. I wish I could see it in person, have a physical one in front of me. I think there's a note earlier that said this is a facsimile printing from the manuscript by the composer. So if you had any doubts, this is in the composer's hand. He did have to write all these staves out by hand, and it's really remarkable in that sense. Uh, of all the piano pieces of his we've seen, it's like the most ambitious in terms of notation. Um, as for the way it sounds, I think it's pretty straightforward the way it presents uh, the different extended techniques. It's very accessible because it's split up into these small movements. You kind of just get one technique after another, and it takes you on a journey, like to the more experimental ones, like they're saved for later. The more straightforward ones are towards the front, and the first part is not very many movements are attacca, and they're all very kind of like almost tonal sounding and simple harmonic spaces. Then it gets more noisy and atonal as the piece progresses. I hesitate to pick a favorite movement or part because, as the composer said before, it does have to kind of be taken in as a whole thing. Um, it's an interesting project. I know that the first Macrocosmos is also 12 fantasy pieces after the Zodiac, so he's setting the same ideas, but they're inspiring different things, I guess. So he's sort of going from the symbolic thing, which is a star sign, and then working outward into a concept, which then becomes a piece. And I guess the first volume has different symbols, right? So he's graphically depicting certain symbols. I guess there's three separate ones in the first volume, and then there's three other ones in this volume. Um, yeah, it's kind of fascinating. Um, It definitely takes some dark turns, especially after each part. One thing that I don't like about the piece is it has a really extended section for whistling, and I can't whistle, so I physically can't play this piece. I think that provides a lot of logistical problems for people because not only do you have to be able to whistle, but you have to be able to do molto vibrato on your whistling, and it's over quite a large range. Like you have to whistle a full octave from G to G. It's pretty demanding, I think. We'll look at Makrokosmos I. After a brief hiatus, I'm going to a conference for a few days, and I just want to focus on that. Also, I think the time this is going to be uploaded is around New Year's anyways, so you have better things to do, hopefully, than watch these videos, and we'll just sort of meet back in January, I guess, and yeah. So had a change of plans with my trip. I wasn't supposed to record anything today, but I'm supposed to be at day one of a conference. And instead, I'm stuck in Geneva Airport, Switzerland, for about a 5 hour layover. So I figured I'd just do a listening session. It's like there are quiet enough parts of the airport. I think my mic isn't catching too much crap. So yeah, I think unless my memory deceives me, we're doing Makrokosmos now. Unlike the sport of Makrokosmos 2, this one has a pretty sizable program note. Let's start with the symbols, because that's like the cool part. I advise you to watch our Makrokosmos 2 episodes because it's going to be a lot of the same stuff, I think. So the first one is Capricorn, this cross, and you read it like the left arm of the cross, the right arm of the cross, and then the body of the cross. Next big one is the Leo movement. It's the magic circle of infinity. First, you play this little introduction. It's in the middle. Then you play around the circle. And then the third one is the spiral galaxy for Aquarius. All three of these shapes, I think, are a bit more straightforward than the Cosmos 2 symbols. So yeah, there are 12 pieces of the zodiac. The order of these ones is Cancer, Pisces, Taurus, Capricorn, then Scorpio, Sagittarius, Libra, Leo, then Virgo, Aries, Gemini, Aquarius. The subtitles are Primeval Sounds, Genesis 1. In Makrokosmos 2, the subtitle is Genesis 2. Then we have Proteus, then Pastoral for Taurus, from the Kingdom of Atlantis. And then Crucifixus, of course, like we said before, for Capricorn. Then the Phantom Gondolier, Night Spell 1 for Sagittarius. I believe there's a Night Spell 2 in Cosmos 2. Then we have Aeolian Harp, Music of Shadows for Libra. Magic Circle of Infinity, as we said before. Then The Abyss of Time, Spring Fire, Dream Images, and then Spiral Galaxy. So I think the titles here are a little bit less confusing, less theatrical. Like they all seem to have a very clear, authoritarian kind of thing to them. So this volume was composed for David Birch. 1962, Burge commissioned his 5 pieces for piano. That's another piece that we're going to get to in the series eventually. I guess this is Crumb's next big piano work after those 5 pieces. And so he wanted to do a sequel to the 5 pieces, but he'd already been adapting ideas from those pieces into other things like songs, drones, and refrains of death. And then 2 or 3 of the ideas evolved into this piece. He's not clear on which ideas, but there's some inspiration of Bartók's Makrokosmos and Debussy's 24 Preludes. So I guess that's why he made 2 volumes of Makrokosmos, is he wanted it to be like the 24 fantasy pieces that Debussy wrote, basically. He continues to compare himself to Chopin and Schumann. It's strange that he doesn't take a lot of influence from more contemporaneous composers. Like, this is the 1970s, and Bartók was more active in the like pre-war period. Debussy even earlier than that, like turn of the century. The piece was scored in Colorado College in February of 1973, so a year after it was composed. There's some of the same performance notes as Makrokosmos II. The piano preparation is different, so I imagine she had to play both volumes side by side. It would be easier to just have 2 separate pianos, or at least different colors of tape to make the strings with. And then the same notation conventions of these classes. So I'm not going to bother with that. David Burge, who's an American pianist, conductor, and composer who lived from 1930 to 2013. Evanston, Illinois. He studied at Northwestern and Eastman School of Music, then Cherubini Conservatory in Florence as a Fulbright scholar. Then he was on faculty at the University of Colorado during the 60s and 70s. This is where he would have met George Crumb, who I believe also was either teaching there or studying there. Yeah, it even says here in his bio. He chaired the piano department at the Eastman School of Music for many years. Gave more than 1,000 concerts in the US in the course of his career, as well as other countries. And he was author of the book 20th Century Piano Music. Sounds kind of worth reading. Burge and Penn had a joint residency at Arizona State University, and he died suddenly of a heart attack, actually. I think that's all the intro I'm going to give for this piece. The score is pretty easy to get a hold of if you want to read along. I've put a link to a recording in the video description. Okay, so some thoughts on this piece. And I have to make it quick because I'm running out of battery here, but I thought it was going to be comparable to Makrokosmos II. I thought it was going to be kind of like of a similar quality, but it's actually, in my opinion, a far better piece. It's like no competition. It's just really, really good. And I don't, maybe Makrokosmos II sounds good if you play it immediately after, but this is a much better standalone piece. Just the way I've been listening to them. It has this ritornello theme that it starts with and comes back several times. It's very cohesive. The introduction of each new extended technique is very tasteful and fun. And it's sort of like a textbook of all the things you can do inside the piano. It even pays homage to other famous piano composers. So it's has a lot more of that piano kind of energy. Like Aeolian harp is clearly a reference to Henry Cowell's piece, Aeolian Harp. And this, obviously, this extended piano stuff is very indebted to Cowell. And this is one of the better movements. It's really captivating. Also, the Chopin quotation in the penultimate movement, at least I believe that's what it is really, really out of left field and gorgeous. It's the fantasy impromptu. Yeah. It's the most beautiful part of the piece. And maybe if you listen to this movement on its own, it's a bit corny, but in the scope of the whole work, if you've listened to 20 minutes of music, it's very, very beautiful and one of the best uses of quotation in a piece of piano music, I think. So, yeah, I would, if you have to choose between the two, I would just listen to this one, study this score, and yeah, I'm very happy that I took the time to listen to it today because I had no idea. So, yeah. Okay, so today's listening session is going to be fairly short. It's the third piano sonata of Carlos Chávez, Mexican composer. I can't find any recordings, well, at least not on YouTube, that have all the movements. So we're just going to listen to movements one and two. It's possible that this is much older than I think. Okay, yeah, this is not gonna work. 1928. That's we got to cover this way later. So I guess I was mistaken because this is published in 1972. Haven't had a false start in a while, but I think I'll just keep it in because why not? Okay, well, if that's the case, we are still listening to a short piece, De la Nuit by Salvatore Sciarrino. So I think I've mentioned this piece on a number of other episodes, like some of the piano Sciarrino episodes. It's a work of his from 1971 for piano, and it's actually on the shorter side. It is 30 pages of music, but it goes by at such a clip that it's maybe like 4 minutes long. This is what the first page looks like. If you scroll through, you'll notice there's no bar lines, and it has like this really florid, fluid looking notation, cross staff beaming, these like slurs that weave in and out of the figures, even like octava signs that are kind of weaving in and out. All of this is very kind of Franco Donatoni looking. No, Amarillo Pascu, Mario. Maybe it's Mario Pascucci. Yeah, all I can really find is that this is the dedicatee of this piece. There's no other information on this person. Um, any background on the piece? Let's just have a listen to this thing. I'll let you know my thoughts. If you have any relevant info on the nature of the composition, like the occasion for which it was composed, who premiered it, sound off in the comments. I think that'd be really good to know. But this one I'm just gonna have to go in fairly blind here. And link to the recording is, as always, in the video description. Okay, yeah, so I neglected to mention that this is entirely quotations of Gaspard de la Nuit by Ravel. Um, I guess specifically the first and last pieces. And yeah, it's kind of a fascinating little piece. I mean, it is impossible looking to play. I mean, I could barely follow along with the score. Um, I'm surprised that these types of things get performed at all, because holy. Um, it's like it might be the most difficult thing we've listened to on the channel. I mean, there's the diff in the piano series. I mean, there's the Xenakis that we looked at and the Ferniho, but this is like difficult in another way. It's like really just crazy fast, and there's not a lot of room to mess anything up because it people know what the Ravel sounds like, so it has to sound like that. It's pretty hard to fake. I think um, it's sort of changing my perspective of Sciarrino a little bit. We've looked at so much of his music on this channel, and he never really struck me as like the quotation guy or the meta narrative or intertextual kind of composer, but it's kind of an interesting thing to think about in his music, like the way that he quotes Ravel in this and sort of like uses repetition to sort of like transform it into something else is it's very much his approach to other sonic materials, you know? He often will like repeat something or recontextualize something ad nauseum until it becomes its own thing. And I think he probably developed that skill um, through quoting things that he liked, like this. That might have been a way. I'm just spitballing, but it might have been a way for him as a composer to like sort of push a little bit outside of this sort of rigid modernist like serial perspective that he would have been having to deal with, right? And like starting to think of music a little bit more like sonically and acoustically as something, you know. Um, that's all I have to say about that before I get too pretentious today. Um, I think tomorrow will be then. Well, let's see here. We'll get into some more Gubaidulina, some of her shorter pieces for piano. Okay, so today's listening session is going to be a piano piece by Russian composer Sofia Gubaidulina. Yeah, and pretty sure it's Toccata-Troncata. Yeah, because we're around 1971 right now still. So this piece is really short, and I believe I was using it for a while in like in teaching a intro to composition course, or like as a teaching assistant. I would have these little listening sessions with students. I had like a whole spreadsheet of like 2 to 3 minute pieces, and this was one of them. I think it's a good, it's a nice little piece, and it's a woman composer. It's a Russian composer, so it ticks a lot of boxes, and it's got some funky notation things, but it's not too out there. Um, and it's like notation of her own invention, not really particularly technical. And also, yeah, it's a minute, so I'm not really gonna spend any more time talking about it. Um, yeah, let's just have a listen. I'll let you know my thoughts, and that'll be it for today. Thanks for joining me on a short one. It's one of the joys of doing a series on solo piano music. Okay, nice. So we have two pretty simple ideas here in this piece. Maybe three if you count the idea of like lifting keys or keeping keys held down for resonance. So there's like this introductory idea, the fast eighth note stuff that takes up the first page, and then you have the slow melody that is introduced on page 2 with this super high E. And then the previous idea comes back, but it's like spliced up and then these little outbursts, and that's kind of the whole thing. I mean, you kind of have some other ideas towards the end, but for the most part, it's just that those two kind of layers of sound. So with a miniature, I think that's a good strategy, just having one or two really strong ideas and not doing much with them. If you look at it like that introduction that introduces the first idea does not take up much of the piece at all. It's like 20 seconds. And you have this huge long time where things aren't normal anymore and they're all, jumbled up. And uh, we have another piece of hers tomorrow. It is one that I'm less familiar with, I think. Yeah, her musical toys from 1969. I think this is a suite of pieces. All right, so today I'm gonna de-stress after work with a little bit of Sofia Gubaidulina. This is her suite of piano pieces called Musical Toys. Um, I think I discovered it a long time ago, and then I dug up the score because I was teaching I was teaching an instrumentation course, and I was trying to find like piano pieces for students to arrange. I think some of them ended up picking some of these. Do I have? Okay, I have one with English subtitles as well, but it's only the first seven movements. So maybe I should just pull up a wiki on the piece. I can't remember how long. I think it takes like 20 minutes to play through them all. Yeah. Okay. So, uh, I guess this is as good as any. So the movements are mechanical accordion, magic roundabout, trumpeter in the forest, the magic smith, April Day, song of the fisherman, the little tit, as in a bird, a bear playing the double bass, and the black woman. I'm pretty sure it's a generous translation. I hope it's not more offensive than that, but okay, so this is Willen from the next day. I just want to add something because I think yesterday I sort of uh, brushed this topic aside, but it is a very serious topic. Like, racism is a real problem in classical music, and there's a lot of repertoire, even from the 20th century, like this, that is kind of overtly racist. This particular movement did not need to be titled what it was titled. If you listen to the piece, it's just like a two-part invention with a walking bass line. But yeah, just to say, like, uh, cringing at this and moving on is not really the right way to be dealing with it. So I just want to make sure that people feel open to discuss it in the comments of this video. I think it's worth discussing, and yeah. The woodpecker, the elk clearing, sleigh with little bells, the echo, the drummer, forest musicians. So 14 movements. I think this was written, I'm seeing 1969. What do I have on my spreadsheet? I think it's kind of interesting that, I mean, we've covered a number of like little suites of character pieces on the piano, and like in the piano series so far. Yeah, it is 1969. We've also covered pieces that are like aimed towards like children or have something to do with childhood. And I think that's a very like recurring theme because most musicians, I mean, ideally, musicians' first instrument would be piano. Like every child would have piano lessons. Yeah, I'm interested to see what these sound like and sort of what they reveal about her style. I'll put a link in the video description to a recording if you'd like to listen along today, and stick around through this transition if you'd like to hear my thoughts. Okay, so these are pretty fun to listen through. They're very light, and the air about them, the sort of mood, is very childlike and full of wonder. But they're not easy to play, so that's kind of weird. A lot of them are so difficult that you would really expect an adult to be playing them. So it may be that the music is kind of for child listeners or something like that. And it's interesting, a lot of the images are like, a lot of the titles and imagery is like very simple, inspired by nature, like not particularly whimsical. And it makes me wonder if maybe the musical ideas inspired the titles or if the titles inspired the musical ideas. I think it kind of depends on the movement. Um, for me, it doesn't like there's some that feel like filler and others that feel really important. It doesn't really pick up for me until the sixth movement, which I think is the Fisherman's Song. Yeah, Song of the Fisherman. I really liked this one because it was simple and easy to play, and it had this like stacked fifth kind of quality to it, which was absent from pretty much every other um, movement in the suite. And then it's followed up by the Tit, I believe. Yeah, the other two that I really liked were the two bird ones. So you get this like clearly birdsong one, all in the high register of the piano. And then the woodpecker one is similar, but it also has this parallel triad kind of modal mixture thing. So there is an accompaniment to the bird in the case of the woodpecker. And both of them go, I think the woodpecker goes on for quite a while. So some of them, I feel like the composer was sort of testing their limits of how long they could stretch the material in a good way. And other movements were less successful in that regard. Like, for example, this one, number 12, would be the Echo. Uh, I mean, it's kind of fun now that I think about the title. So Echo is the one that uses the piano resonance. It has this really long section here that's like a minute of music where you just have like three notes or four notes repeated in the bass. It's like this, it's more and more split up by rests, you know? But yeah, that goes on a long time. Yeah, I thought they were fun. Yeah, so next will be Michael Finnessy, Song 9. So something completely different from a different part of the world. Okay, so I spent the past half hour trying to do a Michael Finnessy episode on his piece Song 9, but as it turns out, the recording I used to listen to that was on YouTube for the longest time is no longer there, so I can't do that episode. So today we're looking at some Stockhausen from the late 60s instead. So today's piece is Klavierstück 9. And I do have a physical score here from Universal Edition. It's landscape, as you can see. I think it's loose pages in here. And here's the performance notes. What does this say? Theodore Presser Company, Pennsylvania. I actually got this out of a free bin at a library. I think it was like at a workshop at Western Michigan University. So not even anywhere near where I live. Here's what the first page looks like. It's kind of an interesting notation already from the start. Repeat 139 times. You can see the first measure is 142 eighth notes long. And it starts with this like repeated note thing. That's the basic idea of it. Then we have a new idea here, grace notes. I don't remember too much about this piece because I think I only listened to it once. I remember it being cooler than a lot of the other late Klavierstück. This is just a really nice score. I like that also that it's loose pages, so that you can arrange it on the piano however you like. Someone left some notes in here. It's kind of interesting. I really wonder who played it. Like, if you recognize your writing here, that would be really cool. If you were a pianist studying at WMU, or if you were some pianist in Pennsylvania who purchased this. Okay, so the same performance notes, I guess, are on the back in English. On the other side, they're in German. I don't know if I should go through all of them today, but, this is part of a series of pieces, so 5 through 10 may be played singly or in any order desired, or mixed together with piano pieces 1 through 4. 1 through 4 come in a single volume, though, whereas 5 through 10 each get their own volume. So I think 1 through 4 have to be played in order. I'm not entirely sure of that, but and 1 through 4 may have to be played as a set. I guess we'll get there when we get there, but grace notes that are crossed are as fast as possible. We have a couple different pedal indications. Actually, a lot of pedal indications. It seems like that's one of the more complicated things about it. So there's like a pedaling, half pedaling, left hand pedal, gradually releasing the sustain pedal, pedaling in brief ways that like accentuate an articulation kind of thing, like immediately before a note, a staccato note, immediately after a grace note that's staccato, right? So these are sort of like kind of like almost electronic music things, right? Like trying to find new ways of creating ADSR things in a piano, really focusing on that attack and what you can do with it. I guess we'll hear it when we hear it. So link the recordings in the video description today. That's all I got. I'm not going to pull up any wikis on this piece or its background. I'm just going to jump into it and let you know what I think. So I encourage you to listen along. Is there a duration in here? It'll be nice just like listening to this on my phone and leafing through the physical score. So yeah. Okay, yeah, so I found this to be really gorgeous. I love the use of silence and space, especially on this last page and also in the opening. This like fast filigree stuff sounds very almost like electronic music. I think part of it is the performance instructions, the sound that he was going for, but also just the use of like this register of the piano and the types of harmonies, I guess you could say, like the use of pitch, I think plays a really big role in this and stuff. The opening's really cool because it takes up like about 1/10 of the piece, just the first 2 measures alone. So it's a very distinctive opening, and I like this switching between 1/8 = 160 and 1/8 = 60. This is a pretty old piece, like 67, so I think it probably went on to influence a lot of composers and a lot of pieces. And what it does with pedaling and resonance is particularly interesting, I think. Definitely worth looking at if you're writing for piano and you want to do something interesting with the interesting acoustically with the different registers of the instrument. Um, that's about all I gotta say on this one. I think we're on in Klavierstück land for a little bit because he wrote a lot of these around the same time. So I have more physical ones. I don't have all of them, but we can compare this to some of the older ones and see how I like them, I guess. So yeah, thanks for joining me with this one. Um, Klavierstück 9. And I think the other ones I think I have 1 through 4 and 7 and 6. So should be a decent enough range of them. Today I'm going to be listening to Herma by Iannis Xenakis. It's his first piano piece. And it's from 1965. I guess it's his first major piano work, not counting the sort of tonal pieces he wrote. Really, it's not going to open? Okay, so I had to convert the PDF to JPEGs and then convert it back. And definitely one of the pages was corrupted. I don't know if the score is supposed to be more than 15 pages, but I threw out the 16th page, which was not, it was kind of glitching out. Um, so yeah, music symbolique for piano. This is a Boozy and Hawk score. Okay. So I think this must be more famous than a lot of his other piano works. Um, I think he has 4 of them, as I've mentioned before. We've covered 2 of them on the channel already. Um, Evryali and Mists. I think the only one I don't have the score to is Hommage à Ravel. Um, so yeah, this one is the first one. It's dedicated to Yuji Takahashi, and I guess published in 1967. Maybe it was written in 1965. Yeah, I think that's what I already said. Um, he manages to keep it to 2 staves for throughout the piece. I definitely don't have the complete score, so I guess I'll just listen to it until there's no more to listen to. I think the pages are in order though. Yeah, so I have the first 12 pages of the score to talk about. So Yuji Takahashi is a composer and pianist, born in 1936. He made his debut as a pianist by performing Bo Nilsson's Quantitaten. Then he received a grant from the Ford Foundation to study in West Berlin under Iannis Xenakis. He also stayed in Europe. He also stayed in New York under the Rockefeller Foundation on a scholarship until 1972. Here are some of his selected works as a composer, I'm assuming. I'm not sure what to gain from this. I mean, the majority of them are chamber pieces, it looks like, or solo pieces. So they might be in a modernist idiom. I'm not sure. As a pianist, he performed the complete works of the Viennese school. Some music by Messiaen, Xenakis, Cage, Rzewski, Cardew, Takemitsu, and Na. I'm not as familiar with Na, and there's no link here, so. Um, Indonesian composer Slamet Abdul. the founding father of contemporary Indonesian music, who studied under Messiaen and Dutia in Paris. And also, he's played the music of Earl Brown and Roger Reynolds, two other Americans. He also has recorded the Art of Fugue by Bach, the E minor toccata, and the complete Inventions and Symphonias, two volumes of Satie's music, and the W.F. Bach Sonata, and this other piece by Rossini that I'm not familiar with. Okay, yeah, really interesting person that I would not have known about. I'm glad I took the time. Seems like a very important figure in contemporary music in Japan, probably. I'm assuming he just moved back to Japan. Um, he's now 87 in Tokyo. And then also we should look up this piece because I think it's a big one. Probably has a whole uh, Wikipedia article or something. Well, apparently it was composed in 61, so I'm way off. It's based on algebraic equations and Boolean algebra, and it's his first major work for piano. It was composed after Xenakis' visit to Japan in 1961, where he befriended Takahashi, and Takahashi premiered it in 1962. So I have no idea where I got the 1965 date from. Uh, yeah, so I apologize for any misinformation in other Xenakis episodes and this one, but I'll correct it in the titles in this one at least. So Boolean algebra is the main mathematical principle in Herma. It's sort of like if you think about logic gates and sort of the basic algebra behind computer science. You have your like um, your what is it? Your AND or NAND, XAND and XOR gates, and um, yeah, basically your if and and statements in most programming languages. So Xenakis defines pitch sets and then he uses logical operations on them to make the music, which I think is pretty original. It's certainly more intriguing than the other piano pieces we looked at of his, which are more based on like physics, I think, physical laws. Oh God, I forgot there's a bunch of performance notes. Uh, Play the piece without accents. Bar lines are just divisions in time. There's no downbeats or anything. And yeah, time signatures do not imply any kind of accentuation. So these are the sort of like things that you would intuitively know if you were familiar with this type of music, right? But you see this type of performance note in the scores of Ligeti's works in the 60s as well. I think one example from the series would be was it his chamber concerto or something? Yeah. He describes it as symbolic music, I guess because of the use of logical operations. And he uses A, B, C, and R to denote the different pitch sets, I guess, that the logical operations are acting on. Uh, so you have A and also the negation of A, which is written with um, a superscript line on top of the A. Right, so you have your group, your negation of the group, and then operations of union and intersection. So union is the plus sign, so that's like your and. Uh, or sorry, union is your or, and then intersection is your and. And yeah, intersection is shown by the juxtaposition of letters, right? So A plus B signifies the class in which elements belong to either A or B. And then AB indicates the class in which elements belong to classes A and B, right? So you have, I mean, that's like very counterintuitive, but I guess it works. So you have, yeah, you have your or and your um, and you also have negation. So I guess with negation you can have your XOR and your XAND as well. This it seems like a very obvious extension of serialism if you wanted to sort of literally incorporate mathematics into it, right? Instead of like finding mathematical principles that describe 12 tone music, you're like just making 12 tone music and adding an element of a mathematical principle to it, sort of symbolically, right? Something is representing something musical is representing that mathematical operation. I guess the title means bond, but also foundation, embryo, etc. Yeah, I find this like early Xenakis stuff really interesting. I think this is sort of where his career really started taking off and peaking. So I'm excited to get familiar with the piece. If anything I said didn't make sense, please let me know in the comments. I'm not particularly familiar with logic gates, so I'm sort of um, just sort of like running at the mouth, whatever I know, kind of thing. And it starts with group R. Link to the recording is in the video description. I may have already said that, and I'll see you in however long this takes. 10 minutes, apparently. Okay, yeah, so this was an interesting listen. My score only got about two-thirds of the way through. Um, I think in practice, this is the hardest piano piece by Xenakis. Like the other ones we looked at were harder on paper, but like there's no like everyone fakes them, right? Like there's no one is faking this to the same extent. Like this performance was actually very solid. Um, so yeah, I think this is extremely hard to play. It just goes at a clip. Um, they get pretty elaborate. Like if you look at, they start really simple. Like for a long time, he just presents R, and then he just presents A, both A and B here at this long chord. Both B and C, or A and B, because I think the plus symbol means or. A and B or the negation of A and B. And that's where it kind of stops. But if you look at this video score, you have really complicated stuff on the last pages. So uh, the negation of A plus. Okay, so A and B, or the negation of A and the negation of B in brackets, but the negation of that and the negation of C. Uh, or uh, A and B plus the negation of A and the negation of B in brackets and C. ABC or A negation of B negation of B, C, or negation of A B negation of C, or negation of A negation of B C. He's sort of showcasing how out of control this mathematical stuff can get, which I think is kind of fun. I don't know how audible it is in the piece. I guess you'd have to really pick it apart, but I think he does a good job of showing what he's doing on the page with these little symbols. One last thing I should look up is this Yeah, so formalized music, I've talked about it, I think in the first Xenakis episode, but I guess he covers Herma in this piece which he published in 1971 because in the preface to this score, it's sort of like it seems to be all these things are quoted. Like all these performance notes are just quotations from formalized music. I may be wrong, but I don't understand what this could be other than a citation at the end. Um, so yeah, I mean, to be honest, other than interest, it did not evoke a lot of emotion from me today. I might have to listen to it another day, but I'm glad that I have heard it. I know what it is, and I hope that I've passed on that sort of familiarity to you. Um, I think tomorrow we're going back to another Stockhausen Klavierstück, probably number seven. I guess I listed this one as 1967, so working reverse chronological, this came first, but this is actually written 4 years earlier than Klavierstück VII. So a bit of a mix-up, but it's not like uh, crazy drastic. Just be aware of that. Like Xenakis was already doing this type of stuff before Stockhausen was doing the stuff we're looking at tomorrow. All right, so today's piece is another Klavierstück by Stockhausen. Uh, Klavierstück 7, I think. Actually, no, we'll do 6 first because I think 6 and 7 are the same year. There it is. Yeah, so I believe that this piece was written in 1965. I hope I have the date right. I was looking into these pieces yesterday. I was looking at the Wikipedia, and apparently there's 15 Klavierstück, and yeah, the first 4 were kind of like one volume, and then the next 6 were sort of written as single volumes, and they can be sort of ordered in any way. So 2 days ago we looked at Klavierstück IX, which was written in 1967, written 2 years earlier. And this is what the physical score is like. It's on the thicker side. Again, we have the German performance notes on the opposite side of the title page. This one is glued in. And then on the complete opposite side, we have the English performance notes, which we'll get to in a second. Actually, they look very similar, almost exactly the same as the ones in the Klavierstück IX volume we had. And then we have all these loose pages in between, which make up the score. So this score has an interesting feature. You'll see it has this gigantic staff on top. This is actually the tempo indication staff. So you can graphically see the tempo fluctuating as you perform. It's supposed to go from eighth equals 45 at the bottom to eighth equals 180 at the top. And it's a 13-line staff. And yeah, I think it would be kind of interesting to program it as a like click track for someone to follow, because I do think that in practice, people just end up faking this. All these pages are single-sided, by the way, so you can kind of like arrange them on the piano however you need to, tape them together, whatever. Yeah, I don't really know a lot about this piece. It seems to have no bar lines whatsoever, and some very specific pedal indications, like you can see here, the sustain pedal vibrato almost. Very weird ideas. And apparently this particular Klavierstück went through many versions. I was just reading to see if there's anything that's not provided in this score here. The first version was in 1954, and it was only about 30 seconds long, or a minute long. And then there's another 1954 version and a 1955 version, which was recorded by David Tudor. And then this one's actually from 1961, and it's the final Klavierstück VI. So I'm not sure what the composer needed to work out, but I think the piece changed very dramatically. I think also Stockhausen was like rethinking what the series of Klavierstück would look like. Yeah, these pieces seem to be things that he composed in like bursts, over the course of years. So 7 and 6 were written very close together, and then 9, which we looked at later, was written much later. So yeah, I'll put a link to the recording in the video description as always, and to let you know my thoughts on this piece. I apologize for going into it with very little knowledge. I haven't even listened to it before. So yeah. Okay, yeah, so my thoughts on this piece. Unfortunately, I wasn't really able to follow along all the way. I kind of got lost at a certain point. It's a very dense score, and it's 44 pages. And you can see the sort of minute detail of the tempo changes. It really throws off the reader, and I'm sure it does something for the performer, but it's like very hard to perform. Like, it's very technical. I do like that there is this sort of freedom of tempo that happens throughout the piece. There's like very sparse, slow sections, and it's sort of like forces you to not think about the beat necessarily as a listener, because it's like really hard to know exactly what the performer is thinking. I don't know why I thought this was a 65 piece. It's definitely 1955. I think maybe this extra staff is a later edition, but I'm not sure what differs between this version and the 61 version, if anything. This may be the 61 version, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's very, very influenced by Webern. But at this point, I think he's kind of departed into somewhere else, because the scope of it is totally different from anything Webern would have written. Mostly I just want to show off this cool like physical score I have. I mean, it is very beautiful. If I was a virtuosic pianist like David Tudor, I would really love to have this object as something to play from. But I imagine you would have to kind of paste like multiple pages onto I don't know, cardstock or something, right? You'd have to sort of manufacture a workable score. Nowadays, I think a performer would just use a tablet and fake it. But yeah, it's sort of a charming little object. Tomorrow I'm going to be looking at Klavierstück VII. We'll see how different it is. This was very different from Klavierstück IX, which we looked at yesterday. And I'm probably going to, at a later time, when we're further into the series, look at Klavierstücks 1 through 4, because I have that volume as well, and it's just one singular thing. I think the first 4 are definitely more performed and more performable, but this later stuff is interesting too, and I think worth listening to at least once. So yeah, if you have anything to add about this piece, feel free to comment. I didn't have that much to say about it today, but it was an interesting listen, definitely more interesting than a lot of integral serialist stuff I've listened to. More interesting than some of the boulez we've looked at on the channel, for sure. So, um, yeah, that's that. Alright, so today's piece is Klavierstück VII by Karlheinz Stockhausen. Yesterday we looked at Klavierstück VI. Like that piece, this piano piece was written first in 1954, and then a completely new version was written in 1955. So the idea was Stockhausen was trying to create multiple cycles of piano pieces, the first cycle being 1 through 4. The next cycle was 5 through 10. He wrote, I believe, the first 3 of them, or 4 of them, and then rewrote them a year later. And then he didn't write 9 and 10 until later, like much later. So I think I definitely have the 1955 version here. This is what the score looks like. All of these Klavierstück we've been looking at so far have had the same performance notes. So I direct you to this episode if you'd like to get to know the standard performance notes. A lot of it is pedaling indications, and it's in German on one side and English on the other. I'll show you what that looks like here. There's the English. Now, I think I'm missing a title page here. Yeah. The title page was at the back for some reason. And this one's also dedicated to David Tudor. Maybe I'll say something about him in this episode. I'll have to read the wiki and take some notes. On the opposite side of the title page are some performance notes that are specific to piece 7. So I'll just go through that real quick. The succession of tempi may be transposed to suit the resonance of the instrument and the acoustics of the room. So, yeah, I guess these numbers indicate tempo ranges or indications. I'm not sure. Then he has a number of different pauses. So instead of a breath mark, he has this caret or upside down caret for a short caesura. It's like a up bow symbol almost. And then it looks like he has 3 different, I'm trying to see what the difference is here. He has fermatas on 3 different note values, and it means something different each time. So I guess whenever there's a fermata on a 32nd note, it's just freely chosen. Whenever there's a fermata on a 16th note, it should be twice as long. And when it's on a dotted 16th, it should be 3 times as long. Maybe I could see what that looks like in the score. Yeah, so on this page we have some normal fermatas, but we do have a fermata here on a dotted 16th, which I guess should be 3 times as long. And then we have a fermata here on a 16th, which should be twice as long. I guess that's how it looks in the score. You'll also notice lots of caesuras here, and it doesn't appear in the score the way you would expect. Actually, I think these are just very elaborate crescendi. Yeah, he has these angled crescendi and decrescendi, which are kind of throwing me off. So those are not caesura. Those are just the dynamic is shifting. Maybe those are caesura in the middle of this grace note figure. Also, you'll notice a lot of diamond note heads in this score. It's uses a lot of piano resonance in interesting ways. Okay, this one is dated 1954, but I know it's too long to be the first version, so I'm not sure what the deal is with Universal Edition. What is going on here? It's only 8 pages. I just hope to God it corresponds to the recording I'm listening to. Yeah, I kind of, if I didn't have the Wikipedia on Klavierstück, I would have no idea about all these different versions. It's really unclear in these scores what is going on. There's no program note. The performance note says nothing about when things were composed and what Universal Edition decided to publish, what version. So I'm a little bit disappointed with Universal Edition. It's like, I don't know what's the intent of these scores. I mean, they're very beautiful scores, but like, I've just been confused to all hell, like trying to do these episodes. Okay, so a couple things about the dedicatee David Tudor for this piece. David Tudor lived a shorter life of 70 years from 1926 to 1996, and he was a pianist and composer. Stockhausen dedicated some Klavierstück to him. He also premiered Boulez's Second Piano Sonata, famously, but he's most associated with the work of composer John Cage. And Cage wrote many pieces specifically for Tudor to play. Like The Music of Changes was premiered by him, I believe. He then pivoted into composing mostly electronic music for Cage's partner, Merce Cunningham, and eventually held some sort of administrative position with the Merce Cunningham Dance Company, I believe. So, yeah, very closely associated with Cage, and his name has been popping up a lot over the course of our piano series because as a pianist, he did quite a lot for contemporary music in the 20th century. I'm sure we'll get to him more as I think I do have some more John Cage to look at. So, yeah, just to say this is a very important person who made a lot of important recordings of very difficult and challenging music, both to play and listen to. I'll try to link one of his performances here in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think. I think the average runtime of this is like 6 or 7 minutes, unlike Klavierstück VI, which was like 17 minutes yesterday. So it should be a quick, easy listen, and I encourage you to pause the video now and listen to it for yourself. Okay, yeah, my thoughts on this. It might be my favorite one so far. Like, I really liked the use of resonance and like these moments where we really get to dwell on a couple different pitch classes or a couple different notes, really just activating different resonances in the instrument. Kind of want to hear it with a real piano. I feel like it'd be really cool in performance. He doesn't really get fancy with the fermatas until kind of the last page. So I think that's mostly what that performance note is for. And yeah, just really interesting use of rhythm and time and dynamics. And obviously, I can't really get into the way he works with pitch or the serial aspect, but I think all that stuff is sort of firmly established by other composers, like other serialist composers. What's really unique about what Stockhausen is doing here is like stuff he's doing with acoustics, and I think he had just finished working on some serious electronic music pieces before delving into these Klavierstück, at least the second group of them. So I think he's really dwelling in those things about performing and acoustic instruments that are sort of like there's some variability there. I think resonance is one of those things that can sound very different depending on the hall and the instrument and the performer. So as a composer, he's really relinquishing a lot of control here, and I like that about it. So, yeah, that'll be it for a while. Can't remember what the piece is tomorrow, but probably something from the 1960s. I was sort of intended to be in 1960s world for a while here, but admittedly, these Stockhausen pieces have been 1950s pieces. And yeah, thank you for listening to this with me. I think it's definitely one of the better ones. Okay, so today's piece is Sofia Gubaidulina's Piano Sonata from 1965, dedicated to Henrietta Mervis. I do have the complete score here, but I don't have the front matter, unfortunately. I think it's about 15 minutes of music. I was able to find, however, this dissertation, just quickly Googling this piece, and it's from my alma mater, University of North Texas, oddly enough. So, I may get this last name wrong, but Ivana Koibazik, Bajic. But yeah, she's talking about her three recitals, um, with works by all these classical composers and also Gubaidulina as the sole sort of like 20th century composer. So I believe that this pianist does do a lecture recital based on this. Now, if we go to the chapter on this piece, we do get some background on it. It was written 2 years after Gubaidulina completed her studies at the Moscow Conservatory, given a modern musical idiom, which was rather brave in the Soviet Union at the time. 1965 is like sort of after the death of Stalin, I believe. Yeah, and sort of like Khrushchev's thaw is the period, I believe. Um, Gubaidulina regards her other work, Five Studies for Harp, Contrabass, and Percussion, to be her opus one, but this piano sonata was written in the same year, so it's sort of the beginnings of her mature style. And I guess that's sort of the framing of this essay is that it is very very representative of her musical language. Um, it's in three movements, like in her other piano pieces, Chaconne, Toccata-Troncata, and Invention. It uses traditional form as a starting point. We've actually looked at two of these pieces on the channel already, and I think the Chaconne we will get to soon because it's written from around this time. Uh, yeah, the first movement is more or less it's a sonata form introduction up to measure 28. Then we have an exposition until 144, where we get our development, and then a recap at measure 226. I guess there's a lot that goes on in the recapitulation that's not present in the exposition, and then we have a little coda. Looks like we got Set theory, sets used to describe the piece: 0136, 0127. I believe Luigi Nono was teaching serial techniques in the Soviet Union prior to the 1960s. So Gubaidulina, like Alfred Schnittke, would have had some access to these techniques. It was not completely foreign to the Soviet Union by the 1960s. It just came there a bit later. Another thing I find with a lot of Soviet composers is they have a very firm understanding of Beethoven, so there's often this sort of lens of like form as like the starting point for a piece. Like for example, when we were looking at Schnittke's second violin sonata, which was kind of like his big opus one, his first polystylistic piece. That piece was all about sonata form and pushing sonata form to its limits. So it's like very kind of form centered. And I think this is kind of a similar thing. Second movement is an ABA form with a cadenza in the middle. And the last movement, the Allegretto, the writer here is talking about it in terms of like episodes. So it's like this episodic form that goes from 1 to 7. Maybe I'll get into this essay at a later time when I have more time to do so. So one of the great things I love about dissertations is like often the um, the research is quite good, um, and you find really interesting things in dissertations about specific pieces, right? Pieces that people probably wouldn't take the time to analyze otherwise, and it's always free, right? There's no paywall to reading someone's dissertation, so I find it's like a really if you're like struggling to uh find your way back into academia and you don't have access to JSTOR and all these things like and you don't want to break your wallet, I think reading dissertations is a really good practice. Um, and conference proceedings. Anyways, this piece will be about 15 minutes. I have a link to a recording in the video description as always, and I'll let you know what I think. I'm kind of excited for it. We haven't looked at one of her larger pieces since Offertorium, and that was a really great piece. So, um, yeah, glad I can cover this on the channel. Okay, so my thoughts on this piece. I felt like the first movement was really the the real meaty, like sort of content of the work. I think the first half of the piece is just movement one, and then movements two and three were both kind of fun, but like I was surprised how well I could hear the sonata form in the first movement. Even though the themes are kind of abstract and chromatic. The retransition was really strong. There was like a B flat drone moment. Where is it? Yeah, here where you get the repeated B flat that descends all the way down the instrument one octave at a time. That's very clearly retransition, and then you get back into the theme again. So yeah, it was interesting to see sort of what the composer's idea of atonal music was, even though it wasn't really that atonal. Um, yeah, there's a lot of quartal and quintal harmonies in there, a lot of drones. I'm realizing it's very clear in this piece how much the composer relies on drones to make large sections of music. The second movement is a really great example because it's basically like the only thing that characterizes the A section is this E flat. Um, so when the E flat comes back, you can kind of tell that it's an ABA form, and the cadenza in that movement was kind of interesting too because it was like uh, just sort of playing inside the piano. It was very there's a lot of inside piano stuff actually, like muting the strings, and there's a certain physicality to it, which I liked. It wasn't nearly as intense as like George Crumb or what he was doing at this time, but I think there must have been some sort of awareness in the Soviet Union that people were doing extended techniques with the piano like that, and people were trying it out. So next up will be some Morton Feldman, I believe. Let me just find the score title. I think it's just called Piano. Yeah, his piano piece from 1964. Today I'm going to be listening to Morton Feldman's piano piece from 1964. Here's the score. It's just 2 pages, but it's quite slow. I think a typical performance is about 6 minutes. You can see it's a pretty minimalist score, so you have sort of empty measures with no rests, and then occasionally you have um, note values. More often you have just grace notes or um, like note heads. So it's a little bit abstract, like you're supposed to be counting the meter, but it's sort of unmetered as far as the measure is concerned, like within the measure. And we also have fermatas, sort of just sitting on top of everything. Yeah, it encourages a pretty free performance, and I believe this would be pedaled all the way through. You can see it was published just a year later by C.F. Peters. Okay, well, I'll put a link in the video description to a recording if you want to listen to it with me. And I'll see you in 7 minutes with some thoughts. Okay, so this was a really interesting listen. I like the use of silence in it, especially in space. It's very kind of definitely you can hear the influence of Webern and Cage. Um, it's very kind of confusing notationally. I think the um, if it's like a complete note value or note head, it just sustains. But then whenever there's a like grace note, then the performer in this case chooses to just lift very, keep it very short. But then some of the grace notes have open note heads and others have closed note heads. I didn't hear a difference there. I like the idea of these chords where like the bottom half is articulated in the grace note and then the upper notes are sustained. I think that's kind of a fun feature of the piece. I like that this performer decided to like insert silences wherever there was fermata. Um, some aspects of the piece are very strange, like the fact that it changes tempo in the last measure. It doesn't seem to do that for any reason at all. Yeah, I think it's more interesting than his transitional period stuff that we looked at. Um, but it's definitely its own thing, right? It's completely different from what he went on to make. So I think we're gonna listen to a few more pieces like this from his early period, and maybe it'll be fun to compare. And tomorrow will be something else, though. Actually, tomorrow's Christmas Eve, so I think I have a special piece planned. It's not specifically for piano, but you can play it on piano. So that'll be the Christmas Eve thing, and then Christmas Day I won't record anything, and then I'll just get right back into things. I think the piece after that will be another Feldman. Yeah, it'll be Vertical Thoughts 4. All right, so today's piece is by Karlheinz Essl. I believe it's called Listen Thing. I'm recording this on Christmas Eve, probably uploading it in late January. Now, yeah, there's a bunch of different versions of this. There's one in C and one in G. I guess I'll just open them both. It's for any keyboard instrument, written in 2008. I believe it originated as a music box piece. Any program note about that? Maybe on his website. We can read on up on that. Yeah, so it's in four parts. Part one is called Tingle Hints. Part two is called Shingle Tint. Part three is called Lent in Sight, and part four is called Silent Night. Um, Inversion, retrograde inversion, and prime. Um, so when performed on a music box, it's like it's not the disc type music box. It's the like paper tape that you punch and feed through the music box, kind of like a piano roll. So the four movements on the music box version, it's just like if you inserted it from either end or from either side, like flipped it either side, right? So basically, the keyboard version that we're looking at is just a transcription of it. Um, and as you can probably imagine from the titles, um, in the final movement, it's revealed that the prime form is actually a setting of the hymn, I guess not really hymn, the Christmas tune Silent Night. Um, so it's kind of fun. Um, I've known about this piece for a while. Haven't listened to it in a couple years. On here on his website, he has the organ version and the toy piano version. I was kind of hoping there would just be a piano version because we're doing the piano series, but I'll just label it that way. Um, we'll listen to the music box version. This should be the whole thing. Yeah, I highly encourage you to listen along. Also, I think today, Carson Kuhlman dropped a recording of the organ version to his YouTube channel. So I mean, I'm not gonna say that inspired me to choose it today because I think I was already going to. It was between this and one other piece. Um, but people know about this piece and are using it in festive ways during the Christmas season. So I'm happy to contribute to that sort of culture, online culture, you could say. Okay, yeah, my thoughts on this. It's really uh, interesting listening to the music box version because it's the way that Essl performs it here is very kind of clinical and matter of fact. It comes off as like a performance art thing. Um, but yeah, I think the big reveal of the last movement is really pleasing, and he's managed to craft something here that sounds fairly interesting in every version, which is kind of a fun exercise as a composer. Um, a lot of people seem to be doing the toy piano version, which is also what's encouraged here because it says like for toy piano solo. Um, not a lot of people doing not a lot of people doing it on solo piano. So if you do that and upload it to YouTube, you may be the first. Um, he takes it pretty fast, actually. He does it all in 3 minutes. Yeah, if this got you interested in Karlheinz Essl, I have another video on his music. If we ever get to the organ or toy piano series, I'll probably cover more of his music. Um, Super interesting guy. I did all of his biography on that previous episode, so you'll have to go to that one if you want to learn more about him. Or you could just read his website because that's where I got everything. Um, all right, I will see y'all in a couple days. So like the Christmas, there's not going to be a Christmas Day recording for obvious reasons, and then the Boxing Day recording will probably be a short Feldman piece, and yeah, Merry Christmas. Okay, so today's piece is Vertical Thoughts by Morton Feldman. Actually, Vertical Thoughts 4 for solo piano. It's one page of music. You can kind of see it's similar to the last piece we looked at, piano piece 1964. This is from 1963, and here there's not as quite a diversity of note values. There's just the note head and the grace note and fermatas and notes with fermatas, I believe. So this is sort of like he's leaving his grid paper piece period. We covered one of his grid paper pieces on the channel already. If you're curious about that notation, that was the King of Denmark for percussion. So he's moving away from that. He's trying to do a similar thing, but with nothing but conventional notation symbols. Okay, so there's not much on this piece specifically, but as for this Vertical Thoughts series, it seems to be for varying instrumentations. Vertical Thoughts 1, I think, is for two pianos. Yeah, and then Vertical Thoughts 2 is for Vertical Thoughts 2 is for violin and piano. Vertical Thoughts 3 is for soprano and ensemble. That's a mixed ensemble of flute, horn, trumpet, trombone, tuba, two percussionists, piano, violin, cello, double bass. So that's a weird one. And then after that, he did Vertical Thoughts 4, which is for solo piano. So the only commonality between all four of them is that there's a piano in the ensemble. Vertical Thoughts 5 is for soprano, tuba, percussion, celesta, violin. So it's sort of like a subset of the Vertical Thoughts 3 ensemble. There's no piano in that one, but there is celesta. And I think that's it. I don't see a Vertical Thoughts 6, so. And they're all written in 1963, so it's kind of interesting. The rate at which he's producing pieces is pretty high. I'll put a link to, like, I'm going to be listening to a recording today. I'll put a link to that in the video description. And I'll let you know what I think about this. I can't remember. I think it's just a 2-minute one. Yeah, it's like super short. So we're just gonna have a listen and I'll let you know what I think. Um, yeah. Okay, yeah, this thing is really cool. Hopefully this episode is not too much longer than the piece itself. Um, what I really like about it is the pedaling is kind of dynamic and interesting, and it's really informed by the just the use of open ties, right? I also like how the fermatas manage to break up the piece into different phrases, and some of them are just one note long, and other phrases are like 10 different chords. Um, it has a sort of like randomness to it in terms of like how, like what we're focusing on, what we're giving space and time to. Seems kind of random. And yeah, it's cool.
All right, so today's piece is Five Pieces for Piano by George Crumb from 1962. We talked about this piece briefly on the Makrokosmos episode. It's another piece by George Crumb, which was written for the same pianist, David Burge. Yeah, that's the guy. So I've kind of talked about this a little bit already, and I've done a little bit of like bio. Like I pulled up Dave Burge's bio and talked about him a little bit. This is what the piece looks like. It's actually pretty small. Yeah, I'm just going to jump into the performance notes and then we'll listen to it. Also, if you want to know more about the composer George Crumb, here's the first George Crumb episode on the channel where I go over his biography. We did that all the way back in the orchestra series. So he has a note on how accidentals work in the piece and also on how to regard the metronome indications. And then he has uh, this, it says it requires special techniques, pizzicato playing, harmonics, um, in order to get the harmonics you want or to reach the correct strings. Because if you think of the inside of a piano, nothing is labeled. There's no black and white keys in there. So um, mark things up basically with bits of tape. I've seen people use like not sticky notes, but those little like plastic things that you use to mark up books, right? They're colorful and that's a useful way to mark up a piano, I think. It doesn't affect the sound of the string that much. Um, I guess what Crumb is assuming here is like you'd be using like painter's tape maybe, a tape that you can write on the note name. Um, use a tiny sliver of the same white masking tape or whatever to mark where the harmonics are on the strings. Um, all the harmonics in this are like the ones that sound an octave above, so it's in the exact center of the string. Those pitches are marked with an O here. So here's the sort of list. So all of these pitches from the bottom of the piano up have to be marked just so that you can find them. So and then the ones that have the zero above them, so the D sharp 4, the F4, and the A4, you need to be able to find the first harmonic. It's a lot more straightforward than a lot of Crumb's scores. I think this isn't that elaborate. You can pluck with the fingertip or the fingernail, um, and there's two different indications for that. So the notation he's using for that is a little bit like the same notation you would use for pizzicato strings, like violoncello. He has like an ordinaro indication, the same way that string players would have ordinaro or normal or maybe even arco. But you're not bowing the piano strings, so there's no reason to say arco. Um, a medium-sized paperclip is needed for one specific effect. Um, I guess it needs to be placed inside the piano strings, but not clipped over top of one. Uh, and then this is one of Crumb's sort of things he always does. I think Stockhausen kind of does the same thing in his Klavierstück. So maybe that's where Crumb got it, but it's like he just numbers the different pedals of the piano. So you have pedal 1, 2, and 3. I think I've seen it in, did we see it in the Lochenmann score as well? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's like a kind of a modernist way of indicating things. Um, and then he has a bunch of different um, like rests. So silently depressed notes are boxed. So I'm not sure if this means square note heads or diamond note heads. Diamond note heads is definitely more common to see for that. Okay, some of the effects may need to be overplayed, so the dynamic you choose to play should be to get the desired effect. It's an interesting point to make because obviously it's going to differ depending on the piano, right? If it's performed in a normal sized hall, the piano should be amplified unless it's like a very intimate space like someone's basement or a practice room, in which case I guess you could just play it as is. Um, and he only indicates one microphone to be placed. We've looked at some other Crumb scores where he has similar indications. I don't know if he asks for two microphones in Eine kleine Mitternacht music. I have a memory that that's what the indication was, but always perform the work in its entirety. Well, clearly these couple of people on YouTube did not read the performance notes and follow that one. He's said similar things in both of the Makrokosmos pieces. He doesn't want them to be excerpted, and I think that's really cool. It should also, like, I would kind of include that if I were to write a performance note like that, I would say, like, audience shouldn't applaud between movements, just because people are you kind of have to hold their hand a little bit. Yeah, so first movement is quasi improvisando. Second movement is Ruvido molto energico. Third movement is Notturno sempre pizzicato. And then the fourth movement is Ruvido molto energico again. Fifth piece, Senza misura liberamente. Composed in November 1962, Boulder, Colorado. If you like what you see here, I highly encourage you to click on the link in the description and listen to this piece along with me. It'll only be 10 minutes of your day, and we can reconvene and talk about what we heard. Okay, yeah, my initial response is like, what the fuck? Why is it so good? Like, I was not expecting these to be good because there's his first piano pieces, but yeah, I'd much rather listen to this than Macrocosmos II. And Makrokosmos I. I like how compact it is. I like the mix of ordinary piano technique with all these extended techniques. It's like very tasteful, very mysterious, and they're like really nice little self-contained pieces. The notation is a little bit cumbersome. I think he kind of perfected that in later pieces. Um, but all the effects are really cool and necessary for the piece. I don't feel like you could remove any of them and have it work. And I love the paperclip effect. I love which by the way was just like holding a paperclip up to the string. I love the harmonics. The movement that's entirely pizzicato, I think is really cool. It reminds me of like, um, I think the Ravel string quartet has a pizzicato movement, right? So it's like playing with that idea, but it of course sounds completely different because it's a piano and um, completely different idiom. But I like this sort of transfer of technique from one medium to another and trying to imagine it. Yeah, I think if like Crumb only ever wrote this for piano, he would still be known as like the extended piano guy. Um, yeah, maybe I should do a ranking of his pieces at some point, like a tier list, because we're going through a lot of his piano stuff, maybe all of it. This one isn't as good as Processional, but it might be second. Like it's really up there. I think it's very listenable and approachable. Um, it's maybe not as good as Macrocosmos I just because of the like scope of Macrocosmos I, but I don't know. I think you could argue for either. Yeah, another thing I really liked about this was just like it was so atonal throughout, and it wasn't trying to do any cheesy tonal quotation thing. Um, and it wasn't, he didn't have a big long program note claiming it to be like uh, in homage to Debussy or some other romantic nonsense. It was just straight, innovative piano pieces, modernist, kind of still spooky, still George Crumb, and yeah, I find them very accessible. All right, so today's piece is Sofia Gubaidulina's Chaconne, which is not a small work. It's 10 minutes long, for solo piano, of course. And I think this was written 1962. That's where we're at right now in the series. So this is during her studies at Moscow Conservatory, maybe her last year there, and dedicated to Marina Malvani, maybe this person. Medivani, is that what it is, actually? Yeah. Okay, so this is a Soviet slash Canadian virtuoso pianist of Georgian descent, born in 1936 in Tbilisi. Her father was a chess player. In 1954, she graduated from uh, Tbilisi State Conservatory with honors. And then from 55 through 1960, she studied at Moscow Conservatory, where she would have met Sofia. Upon graduating, she commenced an 8-week tour of the United States, culminating in a performance at Carnegie Hall in 1963. For the next 25 years, she was principal soloist of the Moscow Philharmonic Society. Okay. She joined the faculty of the Schulich School of Music at McGill University in Montreal in 1992. Is she still there? That's pretty wild if she is. Okay, wow. So yeah, she's still teaching there. I guess if you're a McGill student, you can ask her about this piece and its dedication to her. I'm assuming she premiered it and possibly took it on tour, given the time frame. Um, okay, so that's a neat bit of trivia. Let me see if I can find anything else about the piece itself. Okay, so Marina commissioned this piece, and it was Gubaidulina's first commission, and she tailored it to the pianist's specific abilities, powerful chordal playing, and lively temperament. It's extremely virtuosic and rich in contrast. Uh, it essentially consists of chordal variations that display a strong dynamic tendency towards the end. I guess the end of the um, harmonic progression. Cool. So yeah, the more I look into this, the more excited I get. It's kind of interesting. And there's the WordPress website where you can just download the same copy of the score that I have. I guess that's where I got it way back when. Um, okay, I'm just gonna have a listen here. Recording is in the video description. Probably do this score video, and I'll let you know what I think. Okay, so in the start of this video, in the first half, I forgot to mention that Gubaidulina does not consider this her opus 1. So it's before her mature style, I guess you could say. Um, it's also obviously very reliant on the form of the Chaconne, right? Um, but I really liked it. I really thought it was like it kind of brightened my day a little bit. It's super metal sounding. The return of the main theme at the end is like really satisfying, and it just makes me want to go play the piano. It's very pianistic and intense. Um, and I don't mind it being sort of like in the form of a chaconne. I think that makes it kind of accessible, and I'm sure a lot of pianists would like to sink their teeth into this. Uh, I'm sure, like, if I was in my undergrad and I discovered this piece, I would have probably really loved it and learned a lot from it. So, yeah, it's sort of up there. It's maybe my favorite Gubaidulina piano piece we've looked at, um, in terms of just like the experience of a first listen. Um, just very enjoyable to listen to. So that is it for actually all of the Gubaidulina in the piano series. All of these scores were freely available, so I guess I was just a little bit greedy downloading them all. Um, I don't even think I realized at the time I was downloading all of her piano music, but there you go. And tomorrow we got some John Cage. Music of Change is number 2. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I've been thinking about John Cage a lot lately. Was just reading uh, Perspectives of New Music 1988 that had 3 or 4 different John Cage things at the beginning of it. So, yeah, I'm definitely in the mood. All right, so today's piece is Music of Changes, Volume 2 or Book 2 by John Cage. And of the 4 books, this is actually the longest. It's 20 minutes long. Um, I have this listed in my spreadsheet as a 1960s thing, but actually all 4 books were written in 1951. I believe this one was just published in 61, right? So this publication is 10 years after John Cage wrote the score. This is like a monumental piano work. It's famously the first piece that John Cage wrote exclusively with chance operations. I believe he uses the I Ching in this. This is not the first use of the I Ching, though, in his output. I think that title is held by the final movement of his Concerto for Prepared Piano and Chamber Orchestra. This is Edition Peters. All 4 books combined it runs about 43 minutes. And yeah, this is what the score looks like. You can see there's 3 different pedal indications. The solid line, I'm assuming, is the sostenuto pedal. Then you have a dotted line and a mix of dotted and solid, right? Like alternating. So I'm assuming those are the una corda pedal and the I guess you would call it the sustain pedal, the one where am I mixing up sustain and sostenuto? I think sostenuto is the I am mixing it up. Sostenuto is the one that like holds specific pitches, whereas sustain is all the hammers. You get the idea. Okay, it's like it's very intense just on the page, all the little pedalings that are going on. Yeah, so this one runs about 36 pages. You can see that it's all handwritten and it's in varying degrees of density, right? It's not, it kind of is like proportional notation almost. And that's all I got off the top of my head. Um, see what I can find online here. Yeah, I forgot to mention it was written for David Tudor. We talked about him on the channel before, oddly enough, in a Stockhausen episode. You can go to that episode if you want to know more about him. The I Ching was applied to large charts of sounds, durations, dynamics, tempos, densities, basically anything that you could control as a composer. He um, assigned it to some sort of table of values and then used the I Ching to determine um,
yeah, what was going on there. His pupil Christian Wolff was actually the first person to introduce him to the I Ching, and it's sort of like a divination, like sacred thing. Here, Cage is just using it as almost a little machine um, to do tasks with. Title Music of Changes is derived from the title Book of Changes, which is what people often call the I Ching. I guess Cage, so to summarize this paragraph, Cage was in conversation with his mentor, Henry Cowell, and Cowell was remarking that Cage had not truly freed himself from his personal taste in any of his pieces so far. So that is sort of what he was trying to do here with indeterminacy. Interestingly enough, I believe this was written a year before he wrote 4 minutes and 33 seconds. So this is like not an entirely different train of thought, but it's definitely like something like 4 minutes and 33 seconds is sort of like a statement about this long thread in Cage's output, which is like containers and the idea of like containing music within spans of time and proportions, and how those proportions can have nothing in them, like the frames of a painting, right? That is one way of like relinquishing your taste. Um, but this is not the same thing. This is like here Cage is trying to like make as few decisions as possible as a composer, and use chance operations to do all of the composing. So sort of like automating it. You think of this as like a precursor almost to like computer music, involving random operations. Yeah, there's a lot of spin-offs to this piece, um, using the same method of composing. So shortly thereafter, he wrote two pastorals. What's the instrumentation on this? Solo prepared piano. His seven haiku for MC and DT, and this eventually became his music for piano series, which is a large, yeah, there's like 85 different scores in that series. Um, it's more refined than the charts that he used in the uh, player piano concerto. Here he just works with 8 by 8 cells, similar to the I Ching, this layout here, right? So he's actually organizing. He's not just using this to make decisions. He's like organizing his musical ideas according to the way that it's organized. Yeah, he's still using the nested proportions thing, which he developed in the 1940s. So that's not entirely gone at this point. And it's proportional notation, like I mentioned before, but um, the stem of the note sort of indicates the position rather than the note head, I guess. When we looked at Etudes Australes, it was the center of the note head that we were supposed to look at. Um, okay, that's fairly interesting. I'm curious to see what it sounds like. I think it's gonna sound pretty randomized. Like, it's gonna be kind of all over the place, but it's very detailed score. Like, it's very prescriptively notated. As for why we're looking at book two, that's the score I have. I mean, I don't even know how I got a hold of this score, but I don't have any of the other volumes, and I'm not going to make the effort to find them. This is just the PDF I have on my laptop, and I'm going to listen to it. So if you'd like to listen along with me, recording's in the video description, and stick around. I'll let you know what I thought hearing it, and I'll try to keep the composer's like intentions and philosophies in mind, and I'm not going to critique it in any sort of absurd way. So, yeah. Okay, cool. So
I found this to be a really engaging performance. The pianist was Hsien Chen. Sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah, it's really it's there's a lot of space and resonance and like long stretches of silence, and every little sonic event is very identifiable as like a thing happening, like a point in time, uh, and it has this sort of spontaneity to it that keeps it going, keeps injecting something into the piece. Um, I really like the variety of sounds. I think it complements a lot of other stuff we've been doing on the piano series. There's always notes being held and also different pedals being applied. So there's a lot going on, and it sort of like adds to the indeterminacy. Like I feel like depending on like the millisecond that you depress the pedal, it completely changes the sound that comes out of the instrument, especially when you're doing these extreme dynamics, which also are not going to come out exact. Like there's going to be some randomness there. Um, so I think the sort of sounds and gestures that John Cage went with really emphasize his concept and idea. Um, I'm really curious what the gamut of sounds is and what that grid looked like. Um, I'm also curious what these ratios mean above the rests. Also, it goes by at a clip. Like um, yeah, these measures are very short, and this person took it slow too. Like 22 minutes. It's supposed to be 16 minutes, so that's like 6 minutes slower. Um, yeah, it's meant to be very, very fast, and it's almost mocking sort of the serial music of the time, like the total serialism that composers like Stockhausen were starting to play with. I hope this helped you listen to it yourself. I think I've tried to listen to this piece before with no context, and it's very hard. I found it much easier today, like just taking 10 minutes to get in the headspace, think about what the composer's trying to do. I think it makes a huge difference. Um, and that's all part of it. That's part of music appreciation. Sometimes it's more important than what you're able to hear, you know. You personally, what you're able to hear is not what the piece is. Yeah, next in the series will be Catalogue d'Oiseau by Messiaen. I'm kind of erring on the not erring on the side. I'm kind of on the fence about whether or not to do them one book at a time and split it over like a bunch of episodes, or just listening to it all in one day. I feel like I could kind of get away with that. It's just going to take up my whole afternoon tomorrow, but I'd rather I'd kind of rather get them out of the way. I split up his Messiaen's opera Saint Francois d'Assise like act by act, and that was brutal. So I don't really want to go through that again. So um, yeah, that's next. All right, so today is going to be the first of many Catalogue d'Oiseau episodes. So if you're not aware, Catalogue d'Oiseau is a series of piano pieces by French composer Olivier Messiaen. I have books 1 through 7. I think that's the whole thing, and they're all separate PDFs. So I'm gonna do one um, book per day for a bit here, uh, and yeah, they sort of range in size. Like some of them are upwards of half an hour long, so it's kind of hard to listen to them all in one go. Yeah, let's just jump into it here. So we got, I guess every one of these scores is going to have a title page with a program note and then a list of all the books and then a list of all the birds. Yeah. all the birds that are featured. So Messiaen's famous for like transcribing bird song. He would, I think I've gone over this on other episodes on the channel already, but he would go into the south of France and transcribe what birds were singing, and then he'd sort of set it to different instruments. This is like the most famous use of it, and it's like all piano settings. You can see the way that each book is broken up. It has like a few birds. So book one, for example, has the Le Chocard des Alpes, Le Loriot, the Oriole, and Le Merle Bleu, the bluebird. I forgot to mention this is actually a 1958 piece, and Messiaen started doing this birdsong stuff around 1951. Um, what's the piece like The Morning of the Birds? Um, it's it's like an orchestra piece with piano. It's sort of like the big first birdsong piece he did. That's like I think that's 1951. So this is the Alpine Cough, I guess you would call it, or Co. I'm not sure. It looks like a blackbird, kind of. God damn, this is frustrating. Okay, that's the first movement of book one. The Oriole, I think, is a yellow bird, a bright yellow bird, and yeah, I think the Eurasian one looks like this. Um, this is the bird that Messiaen associates with the dedicatee of this piece, Yvonne Loriot, I think is how you pronounce her last name. Her last name sounds like the name of this bird, and she's Messiaen's second wife. And this is a very pretty bird, so obviously he, you know, uses the bird as a way to refer to her as sort of like a pet name. Um, and just know that that's sort of like symbolic of her in the piece. It's no coincidence that it's in book one of the whole series. And then we have what would the bluebird be? Probably this kind of bluebird. If I can see it. Yeah. So, yeah, those are the three birds in this book. Also, Messiaen would set like in Catalogue d'Oiseaux, he also sets like different bird song that are in the environment, right? So these are not just like three plain transcriptions. They're made musical by their interaction with other birds in the surrounding area. Sometimes birds will like copy one another's songs. I don't know if these three birds do that, but like you can have one bird that is singing the bird song of many other birds, like, but it's all stuff that Messiaen himself observed in nature. I think that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, go to that other episode if you want to learn more about his birdsong stuff. I'm gonna spend more of this episode talking about Yvonne because this is a piece for her and it's a solo piano piece. And we've had this sort of trend in the piano series where if I'm not going over the composer's bio, I'm going over the bio of some pianist that the piece is dedicated to. So no better opportunity than here. So Yvonne Louise Georgette Loriot Messiaen was born in 1924 and died in 2010. She was a French pianist, teacher, and composer, and Olivier Messiaen's second wife. Her sister was an Ons Martineau player. She has some compositions here. I don't know if this is all of them, but if it interests you, she has a piece for orchestra called Pièce sur la souffrance, a piece for Ons Martineau piano and flute called Mélopée africaine, and then a piece for soprano and chamber orchestra called Grains de la Cendre. I'm sorry if I butchered any of those titles. And she's most famous for like playing a lot of Messiaen's birdsong pieces as a soloist. Um, she recorded the Catalogue d'Oiseaux. She was a part of I guess she played the piano part in the Turangalila Symphony in this other recording. And yeah, I wish there was more about her than just this tiny little bio. But yeah, she studied at the Paris Conservatoire and was one of Messiaen's students, later becoming his wife. I think Messiaen's first wife was dealing with some mental health issues towards the end of her life, and like it was a very long and drawn out health complication that led to his first wife's death. So he was sort of like starting to become more interested in nature and I don't know, dealing with depression or something at around this time. And his love for birdsong kind of coincided with this love he was developing for one of his pupils. I guess um, Yvonne would have been one of his composition students, maybe a theory student as well. Okay, interestingly, she orchestrated part of Messiaen's final orchestra work, Concert de Quatre, um, and she premiered Bartók's second piano concerto in 45, notably learning it in only 8 days. So very virtuosic, accomplished pianist. Messiaen's music is not easy, as we will see. Yeah, I remember reading a little bit about Messiaen's bio, and I think his marriage to Yvonne was like a little bit controversial, not that controversial at the time, but there's definitely an age gap, and it's a little bit weird. But Messiaen was already a very sort of like accomplished, accepted member of society, and everyone sort of like he was very eccentric um, to begin with, so everyone sort of just like accepted this marriage, even though it like somewhat overlapped with the time when his first wife was still alive and institutionalized. I think that's a little bit more controversial than the age gap, to be honest. Um, at least, like historically, it would have been. In order of appearance, these are all the birds in the entire series. So the golden eagle, short-toed lark, skylark, woodlark, white and yellow wagtails, Setti's warbler, rock bunting, yellowhammer, ortolan bunting, corn reed buntings, buzzard, quail, goldfinch, redshank, alpine cough, which is in this movement, the jackdaw, the little and tawny owls, the crested and thekla larks, raven, carrion crow, curlew, starling, pheasant, kestrel, whitethroat, garden warbler, spectacled warbler, Orphean warbler, blackcap coot, herring gull, and common gull, the little ringed plover, both the missel and song thrushes, the guillemot, the bittern, the long-eared and eagle owls, the swallow, the sand martin, the oyster catcher, the hoopoe, the melodious warbler and grasshopper warbler, the golden oriole, which is in this movement, in this book, movement two, the swift, the kingfisher, the blue rock thrush, the blackbird, the regular rock thrush, the great tit, the black-headed gull, the sedge warbler, the green woodpecker, the red-backed shrike, the chaffinch and the chiffchaff and the moorhen and the water rail and the corncrake and the nightingale and the robin and the redstart, the black redstart, the reed warbler and the great reed warbler and the little tern and the sandwich tern, the turnstone, the black wheatear, the black-eared wheatear, and the wren. So I believe these are alphabetical in French, but that's them in English. So yeah, it's a big piece. I mean, this is like coming up on 3 hours of music, I would imagine. I hope you enjoy listening to this piece for the first time and hearing how accurate and also like strange and psychedelic Messiaen's birdsong transcriptions are. If this is your first time listening to them, I'm happy to bring that to you. And as always, a link to the recording is in the video description. I'll see you in half an hour in this case and let you know what I think. Okay, nice. So this is a good start to the cycle. I think I get what Messiaen is trying to do with a lot of moments in these three pieces. I think I'm really missing a lot of context because I can't read French, so I haven't been reading the synopses. It's clearly there's like some sort of drama going on, and you have to be able to keep track of all these different characters, the different birds that are acting in it. I'm not really doing that, so I'm not really giving the piece a chance. I'm just kind of listening to how it sounds, and I think the second movement is by far the most interesting, just like sonically. Where's the second movement here? It had a lot of melodies which I recognized from Réveil des Oiseaux, um, and a lot of like sort of star players from that, like the Rouge Gorge, the Troglodyte, the Merle Noir, Grieve Musician, Fauvette Desjardins. Play a big role in that piece too. So I recognized a lot of the melodies and it was pretty enjoyable. I also like how he has this very simple, like, consonant idea that's very clearly non-bird song, breaking it up. So you get a bit of a back and forth, like, what's going to be the next bird? And then here's the bird, kind of thing. That I found pretty, like, palatable. Whereas, like, in the first movement, you have these long stretches of music which are not really a bird at all. Um, but it's not really clear from listening to it because there's no difference in the harmonies. Like it's always these very dissonant modal harmonies, regardless of if it's a bird or a setting, or just, in the first movement. So I found that was a little bit harder to follow, and I didn't really, because I wasn't as familiar with the bird song in question, I didn't really find it that easy to grasp what was going on. And a lot of pauses. I didn't really like that. I don't think it served the piece well to have all these huge silences in the very first movement that you hear. Um, so yeah, first movement could have been like 4 minutes long instead of 10 minutes long. Second movement was great. Third movement was also a little bit bloated, but I liked the consonants in the like Merle Blue melody. So like the protagonist in this one actually does have a very unique sounding harmonic world that's separate from all the other birds. And I think that works in the movement's favor. It'll be interesting to compare these to other movements as we work our way through. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to remember all of them because it's a lot. Like there's a lot of different birds in each piece. It's kind of an interesting problem that Messiaen has set up for himself, where like the bird songs themselves are non-developmental, like they're not really musical in the way that Messiaen's music is musical, so he's trying to find like solutions to like show off the bird song but also have some sort of like some sort of narrative. Um, and it's all on one instrument, I think is the biggest problem. So yeah, that's book one. I guess I'll just look at book two tomorrow, which is I think it's a 15-minute one instead, and it's just a single bird. Yeah, there you go. This is what was going on in France in the late 1950s. Uh, yeah. Okay, so today's piece is Catalogue d'Oiseaux Book 2. by Olivier Messiaen. Like I mentioned in the previous episode, this is a single movement book um, from the whole catalog. Catalog has like multiple books, and this movement is, let me see, I forget the English translation of the bird. Yeah, the bird in question is the black-eared wheatear. This is what the eastern one looks like. The western one looks like this. I'm assuming the western one is the one in France. So, yeah, if you wanted to perform just this book, you could even coordinate your wardrobe to match the bird. I think that might be interesting. Maybe go heavy on the eyeliner. Um, it's 15 minutes long. Book one had three birds featured in it, and each of those was like about 10 minutes long. So it's not significantly longer than the average movement, but long enough that I think it makes more sense to just be a standalone piece. At least maybe that was Messiaen's reasoning. You can see here that the first couple of measures is sort of just like some sort of setting for the bird. And then we get the bird song here in measure 3 at eighth equals 160. And then we start to hear a couple other birds interspliced. So the ortolan, the fauvette à lunettes, and a couple more here. So it seems to be one that is very collaged. Like there's a lot of different bird songs going on, all at different tempi. Something I didn't mention yesterday was like how virtuosic these pieces are, especially in terms of your inner metronome, like being able to uh, have all of these tempi memorized. I think part of it too is familiarizing yourself with the bird song. I think that probably helps. Birds do have like specific tempi that they sing in, seemingly. Like their bird song sounds the same every time, and they're very mechanical in that way. It could be more like a muscle memory thing than actually any sort of cognitive thing, the way we play rhythm. But Messiaen is sort of trying to make the performer like into a bird. However, they have to do that. Um, is sort of like what happens in performance. In that way, it's a little bit experimental. Is formerly classed as a member of the thrush family, but is now considered to be a flycatcher. The genus name is derived from the ancient Greek wine and flower. It refers to the northern wheat ears returned to Greece in the spring, just as the grapevines bloom. The specific Spanish name, wheat ear, is not derived from the word wheat or any sense of ear, but is a 16th century corruption of white arse, referring to its white ass. So there you go. I think that's enough about the bird. I don't think there's anything specific about this movement worth saying. So yeah, I'd like to direct you to the recording in the video description so you can listen along with me. And I'll let you know what I think of this piece with my memory from yesterday of the first three movements in mind. Okay, so I rather like this one. I think it was a good one. Um, yeah, it's sort of very clear what is birdsong and what isn't. All of the songs in this one are very bird-like. They're mostly like either single line, um, high register things, rapidly fat like moving notes, or they're like kind of just made out of intervals, like two voices. Uh, the uh, the white ear, or sorry, the wheat ear song being
like prime example of that sort of like two voice thing. Um, the Weedier song actually is not. It's prominent, but it's not a long song. It's just like a little one measure or two measure thing that keeps happening, and it keeps dividing up the piece. Um, Whereas the other birds that are singing in the same scenario seem to be a lot more like they take up a lot more space and develop more of the piece as they go along, you know? Uh, there's definitely some like consonant stuff towards the beginning and end of the piece, and then the middle is a little bit thornier and more dense. Um, some highlights for me was okay, one of the things I didn't like was this Lent theme that's notated in like three or four staves. That was not a great way to keep the piece going, in my opinion. Yeah, this one bird that has this two voice thing. Yeah, the rock bunting song. You first get it uh, in pieces here, but then it has a whole page of music to itself. And that was a really big moment for me. There's another bunting song that's pretty big too. That was cool. I like when there's one very bird-like song in the high register and it has like not a lot going on, like no noisy chords, just like kind of a clear melody. And this moment with the two birds, I could have used more of this, and it happened very late into the piece. Yeah, the goldfinch, I guess it would be. So we have a section here with two goldfinches, and you actually get a little bit of counterpoint. That was a nice relief, because the whole piece is just like kind of homorhythmic, I guess, or yeah, it's like one melody after another with not any sort of accompaniment, no sort of counterpoint going on, and also because he's very faithful to the bird songs themselves, there's no transposition of any ideas, so it's very much like static sounding, more tasteful, I think, than the first movement, the yeah, movement one of book one. So yeah, that's book two. Next will be book three, which is there's this owl, the tawny owl, I guess it would be, is movement five, and then movement six, the woodlark. I should know that one. Yeah, so we get two sort of like very different birds, right? We get have like a night bird, this owl, and then sort of like a day bird, the woodlark. So that's going to be an interesting two-parter tomorrow.
Okay, so today's piece is Catalogue d'Oiseaux, Book 3 by Olivier Messiaen. Book 3 is, like I mentioned on the last episode, it's in two parts. There's the Tawny Owl, which is the first half of the piece, and then the second half of the piece is the Woodlark. So we have like a night bird and then a day bird. This kind of is similar to, like the structure kind of reminds me of his 1951 or 53 piece, I can't remember, Reveille des Oiseaux, which was for piano and orchestra. It was his first birdsong piece. That piece also is like broken up into two halves that represent the night birds and the day birds. Like the birds are representing the time of day. And I believe both of these birds are in that piece. Actually, I can pull up the score. I've covered this on the channel before. Let's see. I know for sure the woodlark is in this because it's a piccolo thing. Yeah, yeah, there it is. So I think actually we get the woodlark in both the day and night halves of the piece. Um, but you get it in the piccolo in this piece, and it's always in the piccolo and it never changes. So it's sort of like a marker. Here, it's actually a different melody. So it's I think he gets into a little bit more detail with the song itself. Yeah, so I think there's some more observation here of what the woodlark actually sounds like. And then the where's the tawny owl here? It might even be near the beginning. Okay, I'm wrong actually. There's no tawny owl in Revier, only the little owl, and that owl only appears in the night, obviously, and it's one of the first things you hear. Let's see here. Yeah, it's oh yeah, it's the one it's always the first violin solo. Here we have a completely different song. This one I think is starting with a long introduction. Yeah, but we do get the little owl in this as well. There's a little owl, and then there's the tawny owl. I'm going to say a little bit about each bird, and then we'll get into listening to this. The tawny owl is also called the brown owl, is commonly found in woodlands across Europe, as well as Western Siberia. There are 7 recognized subspecies. It's a nocturnal bird of prey, which is sometimes hunted by larger owls, such as the eagle owl and the Eurasian goshawk. There's a gray morphology, which is more common further east in Europe. So Messiaen would have seen the brown one mostly. And I guess it's a fairly successful bird because it has a very big Wikipedia article. And then we have the woodlark. That's the only extant species of lark in the genus Lulala, or Lulula, and it's widely found across Europe, the Middle East, and Western Asia, and the mountains of North Africa. And it's a non-migratory bird in the west of its range, whereas eastern populations are more migratory. So that's what it looks like. Um, there's 2 subspecies, the northern and southern woodlark, and populations across Europe have been in decline, uh, with habitat loss being a major contributor. I don't think Messiaen really was reading Wikipedia articles on these birds, obviously, but he worked with a ornithologist when writing Revier des Oiseaux, and he certainly did a lot of bird watching himself. I think what attracted him to the specific birds was their calls. He was mainly observing birds to transcribe their calls. So you might notice that the birds in today's uh, book are very like unassuming looking. They're both just kind of brown plumage, incredibly common birds. But I would assume their calls are very distinctive and interesting for Messiaen. Also, I'm pretty excited for this one because it's like uh, the 2 movements together are like 12 minutes, so they'll go by pretty quick because they're each like 6 minutes long, I'm assuming. So, yeah, I'll see you in 12 minutes. Okay, so I was completely wrong in my assumptions in the first half of this video. This is actually a pair of nocturnes. So the second movement is also at night. I think it's very clear. Like if you look right here, it just says the night, which is represented by this chord progression. Anyways, the pieces themselves, these are the best 2 so far, in my opinion. They're so good and enjoyable to listen to. The first one, the owl, is a little bit more long-winded, and it's like out of all the movements so far, it has the least bird song in it. But I think that's kind of interesting. Like Messiaen spends a lot of time sort of like trying to set up this setting of like a forest at night, which is what the bulk of this first movement is composed of, is this like sort of nebulous, dissonant, like just sort of like random note sounding stuff. And then the two owl calls themselves are not very long or developmental. They're sort of just like a couple calls. Um, but he makes you wait for it, and I think he kind of captures. I don't know if he captures like how terrifying it is to encounter these creatures, but certainly he gives a lot of time and space to get you in the same sort of like headspace as a bird watcher, right? So when you actually do hear the call, it's like you found something in the dark. And I found that to be very interesting. Maybe not satisfying to listen to, but still interesting just to it's refreshing compared to the previous four movements. And then the woodlark movement was actually my favorite so far. It's really, really beautiful. He has these gorgeous chords that land on a like B flat major chord over and over again. And that's just a springboard for this really beautiful woodlark song. And it sort of just goes back and forth like that for a long time. Um, and he kind of just lands on this idea, this musical idea that's so good you could just kind of listen to it forever. Um, there's also a nightingale appearance, which is really cool. Réveillez des oiseaux opens with a huge nightingale song. So it's obviously an important figure in this drama that Messiaen closely associates with the nighttime, right? And the nightingale, of course, has like one of the more elaborate calls to transcribe. So it sort of adds a nice contrast to the woodlark call, which is more sort of like restrained and limited in what it can do. And yeah, these two movements together, I like that they're both nocturnes, and I like that they're not too busy with shit, you know, like the previous books that we looked at, you would have like 10, 12 different birds in the same movement, and it was a little bit difficult to follow. These are like dead simple to listen to, and I think uh, would be a good introduction to the whole project if you were to try to get students, for example, interested in Catalogue d'Oiseaux. Just show them these two, you know. Maybe we'll encounter some further along that are more accessible, but I kind of doubt it. These two are really, it's a good book, you know. All right, so today's piece is uh, Catalogue d'Oiseaux Book 5, the Reed Warbler, I believe. The Eurasian Reed Warbler. This is what the um, animal looks like. This is a single movement book from the catalog. So it's a very long movement. It's a standalone movement. 52 pages of music. It starts with these huge measures. Um, Mysterious. Where does the bird song come in? There it is. So we first get it. It's like at the extremes of the piano. It's really high and low. Holy crap. Yeah, that's where we first get it on page 4. And it goes on quite a while. When it makes its first entrance, it goes on all the way until page 9. So you get 5 pages of just Reed Warbler song, and then I assume get a few other birds, and okay. So it seems like a really big, flashy, interesting one. Okay, yeah, so it's like a really intense one. It kind of sounds almost like FM synthesis at times. It's like really got a lot of complex timbres going on and really it's really switching it up with all kinds of different like speeds of repetition, I guess you could say. Very mechanical sounding. Their nests are pretty intricate looking. They're made in the reeds like this. Here's a picture of a cuckoo chick being fed by a reed warbler. That's pretty horrific, actually. Uh, okay. Um, I'm glad I listened to that song because now I can listen for it in the piece. And yeah, the genus name it comes from ancient Greek, meaning highest head. Could also mean sharp pointed, kind of like a reed is sharp and pointed. So yeah, that's the introduction to this one. I hope you enjoy it. Recordings in the video description. Let me grab the duration quick for you. Like just over 15 minutes long. So that's pretty intense. Oh, I'm so wrong. I keep saying book 5. My apologies. It's half an hour long and it's book 4. Okay. Cool. This might be the longest. There's not a lot of other single movement ones, so this may be the longest movement of the entire uh, catalog, unless the book 6 is longer. No, I think this is the longest one. Yeah. So that'll be cool. Uh, yeah. Uh, I hope you enjoy going on this adventure with me. And if you're interested, we've gone through books 1, 2, and 3 already, so I direct you to those episodes should you want to look into this further. Okay, so this book is really epic, both in scope and just like virtuosity. I don't know if I was in the mood for this today, but yeah, I think this is probably going to be the most impressive uh, movement of the whole catalog. It's sort of like in this big symmetrical form. So you have three huge solos by the reed warbler, one at the beginning, one at the end that's also very frantic, uh, even more so than the first one. And then there's a big series of solos in the middle, where you actually have multiple reed warblers singing at the same time, which really amps up the energy of the piece. That was a real highlight for me. Um, and yeah, it's really just like shredding the whole time. I also noticed that it has like this overarching theme of sort of like a day at the marsh or whatever. So it starts at the night in the nighttime and it ends in the nighttime. So it's almost as if you go through a whole cycle of the day. And I guess from Messiaen's own observations, the different birds you hear sprinkled throughout the movement, are birds that would be singing at different times of day. The first thing we hear, which is also the last thing we hear, is like music of the marshes, I guess, or ponds. And then he has another theme that's associated with the frogs, and a theme associated with insects, and then another theme associated with the night. And I think they're all like arranged in a symmetrical pattern. So I think if you broke it down into its different titled sections, I think it would be some sort of really complex arch form. And yeah, honestly, it was very satisfying to listen to, even though it's quite long and intense. Okay, so today I'm looking at Catalogue d'Oiseaux by Olivier Messiaen, specifically book 6. I'm missing the PDF to book 5, but if you look at the overall plan of the catalog, you can see it's in a symmetrical pattern, in terms of like the number of movements featured in each book. So it goes 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3. and this is the penultimate book, so it's a single movement book. This one is shorter than book four. Book four is like the largest movement, which we looked at yesterday. It's in the middle of the whole catalog, and movement four itself is also a symmetrical form, so that's kind of interesting. This one I know not so much about. I know that it's the common rock thrush is the bird in question, and it has all of these have a little bit of a write-up. I haven't been going through them because I don't speak French and I can't be bothered to translate it. I don't even think I can copy and paste the text from the PDF, so I didn't want to type it all out and figure that out. So there's definitely stuff I've been missing in this short little sub-series of the piano series. What I can tell you about this movement is it starts with this Trey Lent theme, which is titled Night, Clair de Lune, and I'm assuming this movement starts at night then. Then we have a male and a female melody. It's not clear what bird they're associated with. And now, where would the rock thrush come in? There. So, unless I'm missing something, the first time we see it is page 9 of 29 pages. I've never actually just looked at the Wikipedia. Okay, I didn't even go over this in the first episode of Catalogue, but each piece is in honor of a different French province, so it's a little bit nationalistic. It bears the title of the bird type of the Trozen region, so maybe I can find the region for this one. Also, the premiere of the work was at a Domaine Musicale concert. So this was a concert society established by Pierre Boulez, active from 1954 to 1973. So this would have been performed 5 years after that. That society was established. The concerts included Karlheinz Stockhausen, Messiaen, Barrio, John Cage, Bazzotti, Kegel, Hans Werner Henze, Passeur, Krennic, Gilbert Amy, Peter Schatt, Gilles Tremblay, Betsy Jolas, as well as other composers. Um, it had regular pianists performing. Yeah, it was just something active in Paris. So the common rock thrush goes by many names. It's a species of chat that breeds in southern Europe, Central Asia, and northern China. It's strongly migratory, wintering in Africa. First formally described in 1766. No subspecies are recognized. It breeds in dry, hilly areas, usually above 1,500 meters. Yeah, I'm usually grabbing the etymology of the names here, just because I think that's kind of interesting. So the scientific name comes from mountain and to dwell. So like rock frequenting, mountain dwelling kind of thing. It's not globally endangered. So kind of like movement one of book one, this is a mountainous setting. Um, yeah, I'll just let you know what I think of it. Recording typically runs around 20 minutes, so it's pretty big. Okay, so my thoughts on this one. It's rather dark and a lot of silences. I think the whole thing takes place at night. I'm assuming so. There's some interesting moments in there. I like a lot of the bird songs that are featured in this. And it's not too many birds to keep track of. I think the first thing we hear actually is I didn't catch this earlier, but it's a great horned owl. So that's the male and female pair we get at the beginning. So it starts with this sort of like very predatory
intense bird that's kind of rules over the area. And then we get other birds. I think like the redstart eventually, um, and the song of the thrush is not particularly complicated. It's very catchy though. So you can always catch when it comes back. Yeah, it almost always starts with this like three chord little figure. Um, yeah, it's very dramatic. There's a lot of pacing with these silences, which are interesting. I don't know if it's my favorite movement. Um, it doesn't really have much about it that stands out. But I do think that the setting is unique. We've heard the three solo movements at this point. I'm trying to remember what book two was like here. Oh yeah, that was the wheat ear movement. So yeah, I think the three solo movements do have very different settings, and I kind of like that. Book two is kind of like the daytime. Book four has both the day and the night. It actually is a whole 24-hour cycle, and then book six is a night scene, and I think that that kind of works. We'll see how book seven stacks up. So far, my favorite two by far is probably book three and book four. And I think book four beats out book three just because it's a little bit more um like epic and impressive in terms of composition. But book three I think is still the catchiest. Both movements are the catchiest so far. That's it for book six. Tomorrow we're going to close off Catalogue d'Oiseau with book seven, and yeah, we'll move on from there. And I'm starting to enjoy it a little bit. I seem to be learning something new every day in this series, and I wasn't expecting that. I was like, at first I was like, can I really stretch this over 7 days, but or 6 days? But actually, there's really just so much to learn, and it is deserving of that amount of time.
Today we're going to be looking at Olivier Messiaen's Catalogue d'Oiseau, Book VII. This is the final book, and it features three different birds. The first movement of this book is the common buzzard. This is the first bird of prey since Book V, I believe, the tawny owl. Sorry, that was Book III, Movement 5. Then we have the black wheat here. We had the white-eared wheat ear in Book 2, and then the last bird in the catalog is the Eurasian curlew. Let's have a look at how each of these movements start, and then I'll talk a little bit about the birds. So the common buzzard opens with the song. I think this is the first movement that's done that. So yeah, we start with the buzzard song in this case. Eurasian curlew, we start with the song as well, and it's a three-stave thing that spans the entire range of the piano, and it's very repetitive. Um, it goes on quite a while too. So that's kind of interesting. We have sort of more of a straight to the point focus on the birds here. Kind of like book one. I remember book one being more focused on the bird song. And there's less scenery at the beginning of these movements, I can say at least. Yeah, so the common buzzard has a huge range from Europe to northwestern China, western Siberia, northern Mongolia, and it is a year-round resident of most of these places. The first formal description of it was in 1758. Okay, resident populations of buzzards sing all year round, but migrants tend to sing only during the breeding season. The main call of the species is a plaintive, far-carrying piau or piu, um, used as both contact call and more excitedly in aerial displays. Juveniles have a more discordant nature to their calls compared to adults. Okay. Then for the black wheat ear, first it was considered a thrush. It is now placed in the genus Oenanthe with other wheat ears. It breeds on cliffs and rocky slopes in western North Africa and Iberia. So this would be in the very south of France. So that's a unique location, I think. I'll remind you that every bird in this catalog is a French bird and actually represents a province of France that Messiaen visited to observe them. The last movement, the Eurasian curlew, is a wading bird. We haven't had very many wading birds in the series, at least not like as the protagonist of a movement. The English name curlew is imitative of the call that they make. It may be influenced by Old French courlieu, meaning messenger, or courier to run. And we've known about this bird and cataloged it for a long time, since 1377. I guess because it's so distinctive and large, and it has a huge range. It is near threatened, though. Interesting. Most of the birds that we've been seeing in the catalog are least concern. Numbers are noticeably declining, particularly in the UK and Ireland, which have about a quarter of the global population of them. In the 20 years leading up to 2016, the population has been estimated to decline more than 50%. So, if the conservation status interests you, this might be a nice. This last movement might be nice to perform, like in honor of the bird or to draw awareness to that. I don't think Messiaen was opposed to anyone excerpting these movements, so you could perform just the movement. It would be like probably 10 minutes. Yeah, Book VII is 30 minutes long. It's almost exactly the same duration as Movement 1, or Book 1, sorry. And I imagine that each movement is 10 minutes, kind of like Book 1 was, 3 10-minute episodes. Yeah, I'm excited to get this over with. Maybe I'll have some final thoughts on the whole catalog, but I did miss Movement 5, or I did miss Book 5, so that might not be very useful to everyone. This recording, I guess I'll use the score video. It'll be in the video description if you're interested. I highly encourage you to listen to this yourself, and I'll see you in half an hour. All right, so this kind of reminded me of Book One, in the sense that it's very heavy on the bird song. It's kind of like rapid fire. Um, you have long stretches of music with no lower register piano at all, just because you're just like in bird song land, alternating between many different songs. Yeah, most of the pieces, I think all three of them had sort of a ABA thing going on, where whatever was going on in the opening came back at the end. Um, yeah, movement 11 here. I think the buzzard song is not particularly interesting, so it doesn't play a huge role in the movement. It sort of just like brackets the movement, but there are these long stretches of eighth notes that are supposed to represent the buzzard, like flying and soaring overhead. Um, then we have a lot of the black wheat ear in the second in movement 12. So like this bird has a really interesting song, and it had a lot of activity in that movement. So I think maybe Messiaen came up with these titles after writing the movements, and sometimes he was just like, oh, well, the movement starts with this. Let's name it after that one. This movement really features this bird. Let's name it after that bird. And then the last movement, I think, was my favorite, just because the it starts with the curlew song, and it goes on for quite a while, and it's a really nice song. It has like uh,
lower register of the piano, some more like consonant quartal harmonies. It really complements the rest of the piece nicely. Yeah, I mean, I kind of appreciate that these last movements step it up a notch. Like there is more birdsong going on, and it's very um, faithful to all these different birds. And it's kind of like I remember in Réveil des Oiseaux, Messiaen started introducing more and more birds at the end. I think he's kind of doing something similar here. So my thoughts on the whole cycle, minus book five, because I didn't look at book five. I thought it wasn't what I was expecting. Like I wasn't expecting so much set dressing and setting. I also wasn't expecting so many different bird songs in each movement. So it was definitely more epic than what I expected. Looking at the score and trying to figure out what the narrative was and what birds were singing when really helped. I think if I just tried to listen to all of this without the score, it'd be very difficult. Um, and it's a very interesting project. One thing that I didn't talk about going through these episodes was how Catholic Messiaen is. And I think that's kind of an important piece of the puzzle. Like, if you don't understand why he would write this, he's he's like looking at birdsong as something that God made and birds as something that God made, so therefore it is good and it sounds good, right? So that's sort of his justification for recording these bird songs so faithfully and dwelling on them for so long. I mean, it's a very long-winded series of pieces. I've never been bird watching myself, but I imagine it takes a really long time, and it makes sense that these pieces would also take their time. Um, I think his up until this point, his birdsong stuff has been a little bit more fantastical and less realistic, you know? Like in the sense of like many birds commingling that wouldn't normally in nature, and many bird songs being like reshaped and played with musically. And here I think there's less composer intervention. Yeah, I still stand by sort of some of my previous thoughts. Like, if you're going to listen to one book, I would listen to book three. If you want, if someone asks you what the best movement is, what the best book is, just say book four. It's clearly the most ambitious one. And if you want to go like really heavy into the birdsong stuff, if that's what you're into, look at books one and this one, book seven. Uh, and then the other two solo movements, I guess, are kind of filler. All right, so today I was gonna listen to some Ginastera. I have a collection of his dances, but look what I have on my piano bench. Klavierstück X. So this wasn't even in my spreadsheet, and I was like, what? I forgot I had it, I guess. Um, yeah, this is written around the same as Klavierstück IX, which we looked at weeks and weeks ago, before the Christmas break. So 1961, I think, Stockhausen would have written it. And I think five through, I've said this on previous episodes, but five through 10 are a cycle. And I think the whole cycle was completed, I guess like a final version was made in 1963, but he started doing those in like 54. Um, so yeah, let's have a look at the performance notes. And okay, this is what the title page looks like, dedicated to Alois Kontarski. I'll have to look at that later. Yeah, and then here are the performance notes specific to piece 10. Above the stave are found duration values. They are drawn to an approximate scale and denote durations within which the notes below them are played. Yeah, okay, I see. So yeah, it's even on the first page. You have these big note values that I guess tell you when to stop on certain notes. And everything else is just kind of like a grace note. It's very crazy looking. I kind of like it. The tempo for the superordinate duration values is as fast as possible. So I was right. They are like grace notes. And then glissandi may be played so rapidly that not all of the keys actually speak. So it's more of a gestural thing when you see a gliss. Thick notes designate principal tones in chords or clusters, or other important tones. So there's like different size note heads. And then stems connected to horizontal beams indicate speeding up and slowing down. So actually you're supposed to follow this zigzag. So they're not all equal in duration. It's sort of like fluctuating. Stems connected by a slur sustain until the end of the slur. Okay. And then the arrows indicate arpeggios or rolls. Repeated notes are just indicated by a dot. The language at the bottom here is very gendered. When the pianist has found their tempo, they may, if they do not play from memory, cut out those individual events which are separated by long pauses and paste them next to one another, with an indication as to the timing of the pause. This will reduce the number of page turns. During the pauses, the pianist should not move, or only very quickly, immediately before the beginning of the next event. Like all the other Klavierstück scores we have looked at, the Universal Edition ones, it's a bunch of single pages, single-sided pages, which you can assemble more or less for a performance. I really like that style. Okay, we get some really long pitches at different points. But this is a really big one. You know, like it's not the biggest. Like Klavierstück VI, I think, was about this size, but it is 40 pages. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I'm getting into here, but I'm excited. I really liked Klavierstück IX, so hopefully this one is comparable. And maybe it's a really good ending to the cycle. I'm not sure. Because the ones we haven't looked at are 8 and 5. Those ones I don't have, unfortunately, but maybe it'll give me a sense of the end of the cycle at least. Also, I forgot to mention Alois Kontarski is a German pianist who was half of the Alois Alphonse Kontarski piano duo. Who they premiered a lot of contemporary works for two pianos. Sometimes they even performed works for three pianos with their third brother Bernard. The two of them were born in the 1930s, and their career started around 1949. They premiered Stravinsky's Concerto for two pianos, I believe. So that sort of jump-started their career. And then I guess Stockhausen wrote this piece for one of the two brothers in 1954, so like shortly after they became successful, only finishing it all the way in 1961. So that's a little history lesson for today, and let's get into it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so this one is really cool. The notation started to make sense once I was actually looking at the score with the recording. I had my pages mixed up so I was a bit thrown off at first, but yeah, they straightened that out and listened to it no problem, which makes me think this is maybe the 1961 version because that's what I was listening to. Um, I was not expecting the piece to have so much silence or pauses. So yeah, I think Stockhausen's right to ask the performer to like freeze kind of on them, and it's kind of interesting that that is like this more theatrical element of the piece kind of coming into play. Um, yeah, there's a lot of moments that I thought worked really well and kept the piece going. Like there's a part halfway through where you start to get more like playful with the resonance. You like are hitting a chord and then immediately lifting the pedal, revealing the like lower octave being held down and stuff like that. Then closer to the end, we get the repeated note stuff coming back, which we only hear like once on the second page, and then way at the end, it becomes a main feature, and that was really cool. Of course, it's all very difficult to play, and it takes a really good performer to like make it sound the way it should sound. But as for the score itself, I think it's a really creative way to notate things, and I love the emphasis on like sliding up and down the keys and breaking and rolling chords. It's very dynamic and not like any of the other pieces we looked at in this Klavierstück series. So yeah, it's cool. It's long though. It's like 20 minutes, so it's even longer than Klavierstück VI, which I was a little bit surprised by. So yeah, that's it for today. Maybe tomorrow we'll get into the Ginastera. Anyways, I was glad that I could set aside a little bit of time today to do this, and just do like a casual phone video thing. So. All right, so today's piece is Suite de Danzas Creolas by Argentine composer Alberto Ginastera. This is a suite of piano pieces, and I have the physical score right here in front of me. And I got this volume at, I think I found it in a free bin at Western Michigan University, maybe 2 years ago. It's got a really interesting cover with a man and a woman's foot, I'm assuming. Barry Buenos Aires. Sole selling agent is Boozy and Hawks. You can tell by that little stamp there. And also there's a stamp on it that says $3. Yes, you can see here's the title page. I like the font actually. This is the 3rd edition. And Barry Editions, that's their address. Copyright 1957. Assigned to Barry Editorial in 1960. I'm not sure what the date is on these actually. You can see that it's dedicated to Rudolf Firkuzny. Rudolf Firkuzny. Yeah, that's just on the first page here. It's not like a particular movement is dedicated to them. Cool. So movement 1 is Adagio Pianissimo. Movement 2 has these clusters. It's Allegro Rustico. Movement 3 is Allegretto Cantabile. All of these movements are attacca, by the way, I'm noticing. 4 is Calmo e Poetico. 5 is Scherzando, also with some pencil markings in it. And then we have the coda, which I'm assuming is a standalone movement. The coda is marked Presto et Energico. And I think that dynamic there is sempre fortissimo e marcatissimo. Interesting. You'll see that these are very flashy, and I'm excited to hear them for the first time today because I really like Ginastera's piano writing. I think it's super fun, and these things look pretty gnarly. And the dedicatee Rudolf Verkusny was a Czech-American pianist who lived from 1912 to 1994, associated with the Juilliard School and Tanglewood, among other American institutions. And he's famous for championing the music of Czech composers, such as Martinu. He also championed, oh yeah, and Smetana, I should say. He also championed the only piano concerto of Dvorak and really made a big deal out of that piece of repertoire, which he performed with many different orchestras. And of course, I didn't find any specific things in the wiki, but he has also premiered much music by Ginastera and Barber and other contemporary composers because he was also an avid chamber player. So there you go. Important man. I'm glad we actually came upon him in the piano series, add him to the list. Um, and yeah, we're going to have a listen to this thing. I don't know how long the runtime is. Link to the recording, though, is in the video description. Okay, yeah. So my thoughts on this is that this thing really rocks, and you got to hear it. And it's like alternates slow, fast, I think, or slow, fast, slow, fast, and then the coda is also very fast. Um, yeah, I think my favorite movement was probably the fifth one, going into the coda. It's like a really rousing ending. It's a little bit confusing why the coda is separate from the fifth movement because they go into each other really well. Um, but I also think that other moments in the piece pair off really well. Like movement one pairs really well with movement two. If you wanted to perform that, I think it would make a lot of sense. Two kind of just like is a palate cleanser one, but it's really enticing. The slow movements are really long, and the fast movements are really short. And just some of the texture, some of the textures in the piano are really fascinating. And I had a student today who was like really insecure about his piano writing and not writing pianistic enough. And I think I'm kind of really tempted to show this to him because it's very pianistic writing and it's very inventive. For example, the texture in the coda at the beginning and end is like octaves in both hands, but he still has an accompaniment. Like there's still these in between chords that actually fill in the melody. Um, and it's just such a big sound, especially in this register of the instrument. Um, this movement too has a lot of interesting like octave doublings and other interval doublings. Just in general, a very orchestral approach to piano, but also sort of influenced by guitar. Um, yeah, definitely really influenced by guitar writing. So if you have a guitarist student, I think this is kind of a cool thing to share with them too. Especially if they're trying to write a piano piece, which is often assigned to composers. It's something most composers have to do during their degrees. So it's cool. Yeah. And also, we have a third Ginastera piece coming up. So it'll make a really nice little playlist by the time we're done the piano series.
Okay, so today we're looking at Morton Feldman's piano pieces from 1955, 1956. So yeah, there's this one. For whatever reason, I have them all in the same PDF. Maybe they belong to the same publication. But yeah, there's piano piece 1955, piano piece 1956A, and piano piece 1956B. And all three of them were published by Edition Peters in 1962 or 1961. That's at least what I'm reading in the corner there. This middle piece, 1956A, is dedicated to Cynthia, so maybe we can find some info on that. Okay, the only lead I got here is Morton Feldman's second wife was named Cynthia Oshorn, so possibly this was dedicated to his second wife. That's going to be my reading on it. Yeah, all the first piece is 1 page, or 1.5 pages, 1.5 pages, and then 2 pages for this one. You can see that they're pretty strictly notated, but there's definitely some weirdness going on with the rhythms, and I believe this first piece is all in 3/16 to the measure, as is this one, as is this one. So that's one common feature of them all. They're all sort of in the same meter. Slowly and quietly, slowly and softly, slow, em-dash, soft as possible. I'll put a link to the recording in the video description. There may be multiple recordings depending on what I can find. And I'll see you in a few minutes here, let you know what I think of these. Okay, nice. So I rather liked these. They're very reminiscent of Webern, like the Webern influence is very obvious. It's kind of a reminder how influenced by abstract expressionists the New York school was. They were really trying to find a way to make expressionistic music fresh. And this isn't very long after Webern died, and it's almost like it's very soon after Schoenberg died. So this is very much like post-war music that is trying to reimagine what expressionistic music can be. So I think it serves a very obvious like pedagogical function if you were trying to teach a survey course or a history course. But the pieces themselves are also pretty interesting. I think Feldman was onto something here, even if it is a little bit derivative. My favorite of the three was definitely 1956B. I just think it had the most interesting moments of like piano resonance. You had like a combination of silently depressed keys and triggered like sustained notes. And that's a feature throughout. Like even this thing right here, where like all of these different like envelopes of sound are contained within this like depressed key thing. It's very you can tell he's sort of like figured out his tools from the previous two pieces, and he has a clearer idea of what to do with them, I think, here. Also, the moments on the last page where you get the loud notes, it's very interesting, especially after hearing the first two pieces that are quiet all the way through. It's also interesting how different his approach is to expressionist music when compared to his teacher, John Cage. Like there's certainly some influence here, but also I don't really see any sort of aleatory here or chance. Nothing seems very random. In fact, it feels very intuitively composed. Um, so I think that speaks a lot about Feldman and who he was as a composer, especially in this early period. There's a lot of other piano pieces from this period. I think we're going to be looking at some from 1952 later in the series and some from 1951, which is actually around the same time as 4 minutes and 33 seconds by John Cage. Um, so this is happening like at the same time, really. All right, so today's piece is a piece by James Tenney, American composer. This is a piano piece he wrote all the way back in 1955 called Variations in A on a Theme by My Father. I found this score through Frog Peak Music, which is a publisher that distributes all of James Tenney's scores, as well as some scores by other contemporary composers, mostly American. And this PDF, I think, is free to download if you just Google it. It's just downloadable from their website. It's a fairly crude scan of the manuscript. And this piece is about 3 minutes. It's pretty short. Tenney would have been in his 20s when he wrote it, and it's before his time like in New York, working with Fluxus artists. And I think it's also before his time at IBM working on computer music. So this is just his formal education in composition and the type of stuff he's doing for fun in his free time. Um, if I'm not mistaken, I think he pivoted into music from um, like computer science or engineering or something. So I think he must have had some sort of talent that was recognizable by his teachers. Um, yeah, link to the recording is in the video description. I'm just going to give this a quick listen and I'll let you know what I think. Should be interesting to see um, if we can recognize anything Tenney about it, like see some sort of stylistic consistency in his early work, because I'm not so familiar with it. Okay, so I enjoyed this listen. The recording I managed to find was this album of American 20th century piano music, which I think is where this type of piece would fit in. Um, that type of program. It's um, it's an interesting piece because the theme itself is like has a lot of harmonic interest, right? There's a lot of interesting harmonies in it, and the harmonic progression itself would serve a theme and variations really well. But Tenney doesn't do anything with the harmony. He just focuses on the melody and what he can do with it. That. So the first variation really feels like a departure because you just lose the harmonic, um, like you lose the harmony of it. But then once you're sort of in that headspace, you realize that each subsequent variation is distorting the melody even further until it's unrecognizable. Um, and I think up until the fourth variation, we at least come back to A, right? We always end up back on A, even if it's very strange. And then by the fourth variation, it's very unclear what key we're in, and it's completely chromatic. Um, Actually, well, let's just look at the endings to confirm that. So we have this really strong A chord at the end of the theme, and then at the end of variation one, we have an A chord plus F. Then at the end of the second variation, we have this descending like secundal chord. It's arpeggiated, but it's like if you spelled it out, it would be A, B, B flat C, right? So you do still get the minor third, but then it's like clustery. The third variation ends on this chord with A's on the outside and an E, but also B flats. And then the end of the last variation, we have A, C, D sharp, E, G sharp. So it's like, and it's You can see here it's we only get the A as a bass note because the pedal has lifted and all these other lower notes lift as well. So these notes are still in our memory, and it's really, you have to really strain to hear that A as like a final chord, but it is. And I like that sort of detail in it. I think there's like a sense of humor here. Really not like any of his later work, but it's not surprising to me that he has such a firm foundation in the craft, right? Uh, in the 1950s in America, like if you were in a composition program, you were getting a pretty good education. Um, so yeah, that's that. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at Klavierstück 1 through 4 by Karlheinz Stockhausen.
All right, so today's piece is actually a set of four pieces. Stockhausen's Klavierstück 1 through 4, which are published as a set under Universal Edition. This is what the score looks like. Unlike the other Klavierstück scores under Universal, this one's in portrait, so it's not in landscape, and it actually is bound, so there's no loose pages. I think that's because these pieces are rather short and can be played with page turns sort of at the piano easily. I am excited about this one because I think these are really significant pieces in Stockhausen's output. Yeah, here's the publication page, I guess. There's no date, oddly. It's for Marcel Mercenier, someone who I'll look up later in the episode. We can talk about them. I'm assuming they're a pianist. I also like this score because I got it in a free bin at a university, and it's really marked up. So the owner actually did practice this one, this set of pieces a lot. Yeah, they wrote this here, oddly enough. In these four pieces, a transition from pointillist music to group composition can be discerned. Yeah, and then I guess so. I'm assuming Stockhausen wrote that, and this person's idea of pointillistic movements are 3 and 2, and then more group composition ones are 1 and 4, I guess. Tempo determined by the ability of the performer, intensity selection, triple forte to pianissimo. Interesting. I guess that's to make sense of this indication at the bottom. And I think we saw that in other Klavierstück by Stockhausen, this idea of tempo being sort of changeable and proportion being more important. You can see that it's very kind of straightforward, Webern-inspired serialist music, but it's sort of verging on total serialism, which is really significant because this was written in 1954, I believe. So yeah, the second one, I don't know so much about this one. The third one is the 32nd one. And you can see how marked up it is. This person really put a lot of care and attention into trying to play it. And I think this is just the most fascinating thing about this particular score I own. I've spent quite a bit of time just like looking through this and trying to decipher all the different things that the performer had to do to play this. He has it broken up into sections. So the first 2 measures, then the next 5 measures, then the next 4 measures, then 3 measures, then 3 measures. So it's in 5 little sections, and I think these, um, I'm not sure what the circled notes are. They looked like trichords and tetrachords that I guess complete the 12-tone row. Not totally sure. But yeah, that's the third one. It might be Stockhausen's shortest piece. And then also movement 4. So the miniaturization of ideas, very inspired by Webern. And I think Webern's opus, well, I don't know if I can't remember if it's 28 or 21, but Webern's piano pieces, like, he has a really symmetrical second movement of that one, and it's like very, very short and small, and it's been written about a lot. Similarly, this movement of Stockhausen's piano pieces, Klavierstück VII, has been talked about a lot, just because it's so concise. So that's definitely what we're going to listen for. Rhythmically, this stuff looks really interesting, especially for the 1950s. So that might be cool too. Unlike the other scores in this series, we actually have a list of pieces available from Universal Edition. So clavier music for a new generation, piano music for a new generation. We see Barrio, Birtwistle, Boulez. Wow, okay, so that's a lot of Boulez. The Structures, Sonata 3 as well. There's some Cardew, some Haubenstock Ramati, some Kegel. Bo Nilsson, I think we talked about that piece in a previous episode, Quantitaten. Like, some pianist premiered that and it jump-started their career. I can't remember. A lot of Henry Posser, and of course all the Klavierstück up to 11. I think there's 15 altogether. You have to remember this is like an older publication. Yeah, it's a little bit of Austrian sheet music. Okay, I just read Marcel Mercenier's brief Wikipedia page. She was a Belgian pianist who premiered Boulez's Sonatina for flute and piano, and also premiered this piece, Stockhausen's first 4 Klavierstück. She also recorded the complete Debussy preludes, I believe. So, yeah, that's about all I can remember from just reading the Wikipedia article, but she seems like a fascinating figure in French contemporary music. Yeah. Recording to this is in the video description. I'll see you in a little bit here and let you know what I think of these pieces. Okay, I really enjoyed these. They ran about 8 minutes. I think 3 and 4 were my favorite because they were more like focused on individual notes. There weren't a lot of chords, so I could really hear the different like pitches unfold. A couple things I liked about listening to it with this score was occasionally whoever owned this score previously like marked a particular moment, and was one of them, the 3/4 notes in a row in this very rhythmically dense 4th movement. That's a really cool moment. And actually, you can't miss it if you just listen to a recording of it. Also, there's this moment here, which they make a big deal of in movement 2, where you have this rhythmic unison with both hands. And it's really a fascinating little, like, there's 2 different dynamics in each hand. So I was paying close attention to if this performer got it. They didn't quite get those dynamics, but it's really tough. Um, yeah, up here they said second of the four, 1952. So I might be wrong on the date. Maybe this was earlier than 1954. Here they wrote Hold Until Gone on this G. That's probably my favorite ending of the four movements, is that G at the end of the first movement. It's really cool. And I think this is like gained from that pedal indication with the dot dot dot. Yeah, kind of fascinating group of pieces. Definitely out there, but not quite as strange as the subsequent Klavierstück, many of which we went over on the channel already. And yeah, if I were to sort of share any of Stockhausen's Klavierstück with students to try and familiarize them with what was going on, I'd probably share these. Or if I was getting them to analyze something, I'd just get them to analyze the third one. Because obviously there's a lot you can glean from it. This person went all out with their analysis, and it's kind of cool. It's like, I think they break it up into 5 sections, but also 16 sections. And they note that it spans 4 octaves from that A to the really high A. And the highest A at the end is like the maximum. And that A actually is the lowest. So you get like the outer limits of the piece right at the end, and also the loudest volume right at the end. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't want to get too lost in this though, so I'll say that's it for today. And yeah, we'll look at something different for piano tomorrow.
Today's piece is Intermission 6 by Morton Feldman. It's a piece for 1 or 2 pianos, and it was written in 1953. This single page of music is the whole score. You can see it's got 15 little um, like chords, I guess, or notes of music scattered about the page. So notably, some of them have rests at the beginning. This one has a fermata at the beginning, and 2 of them are just grace notes. Um, 4 of them are just single notes, and some of the note chords themselves are a bit weird. Like this one has a G sharp and a G flat in it. And this PDF I have was published by C.F. Peters in 1963. The composition begins with any sound and proceeds to any other. With a minimum of attack, hold each sound until barely audible. Grace notes are not played too quickly. All sounds are to be something something. So, yeah, more about the intermission series. Okay, so the first in the series is 2 intermissions, 1950. Then we get intermission 3 in 1951, intermission 4, 1952, intermission 5, also in 1952, and then intermission 6 is the last one in 1953, as I said before. And all of the other entries in the series are for solo piano. So we're probably going to be looking at them. I'm just going to listen to a YouTube video of it. It seems like the durations vary considerably, so some people take 10 minutes, some people take 3 minutes. Let's do this one by David Panchetti, I guess. And I'll see you all in 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah, interesting performance of this piece. I noticed a really real prevalence of that high E. I think it really sticks out of the texture when you play the piece as a whole. Um, I like that there's a mix of chords and single notes, and the instruction to wait for the sound to decay um, gives the pieces sort of like built-in spaciousness because it takes just a number of seconds for that to happen. Um, and also, any lower chords with lower notes are given more space, which I think is kind of interesting. It's just sort of naturally happens as a result of that instruction. Um, I mean, it's pretty atmospheric. It could go on forever, I guess, is the idea. I I do have the scores to all of the different intermissions. Um, and they're not all like that. I think that's just unique to the sixth one. But tomorrow, I think I'm gonna look at some Diapiccola. This might be my only score of his. So I'll have to get into his biography and stuff too. I don't really know anything about Diapiccola, so it'll be good for me. All right. All right, so the piece this morning is Quaderno Musicale di Anna Libera by Luigi Diapiccola. This is a piece for solo piano, which was written in the 1950s. Um, this scan of the score is from the University of North Texas, so I'm assuming it was part of my composition seminar in the first year of my doctorate. So that was the only time I was really being given any kind of music. It's a 14-minute series of pieces. The first piece is called Simbolo. I'll put the translations up as the episode progresses here. Number 2 is Accenti. Number 3 is Contrapunctus Primus. Has some 3-stave stuff going on. Number 4 is Linne, or Linne. Number 5 is Contrapunctus Secundus. Canon Contrario Motu. That's very short. 8 measures. Okay. Number 6 is Frigi. And then the last move, or I'm assuming this is the last movement. No. Resoluto is number 7. Or maybe this is, yeah, it has to be a new one. Number 8 is Ritmi. It's a longer one, but it's still only 1 minute. 9 Color. 10 Ombre. And 11 Quartina. At the end of the score here, my face is probably blocking it, but he's signed Montreal, New York, Mexico City, August to September 1952. I guess revised 1953. I know almost nothing about Diapiccola other than he's an Italian composer famous for his serial music. So he was born in 1904. This is one of the older composers we've looked at. Died in 1975. He studied piano at the Florence Conservatory in the 1920s, studying composition with Vito Frasi, an Italian neo-romantic composer. He became professor at the Conservatory, I guess, of Florence in 1931 and retired in 1961 or 67. So he would have been in his late 20s when he landed that job. He spent his career there teaching lessons in piano and I assume composition as well, but some of his students include Luciano Berio, Dominic Argento. It's a pretty famous composer. Buzzati also studied with him. Frederick studied with him. Uh, Not recognizing any of these composers, but yeah, I think Berio would be the most famous of his students. Oh, you know what? I downloaded this for free from the website of David Bard Schwartz, who is a music theorist at University of North Texas. He was actually um, on my dissertation committee. Okay, so like a lot of other 12-tone composers, Di Piccola opposed fascism and Nazis during World War II. This put him in a dangerous position where he was forced to go into hiding for several months. It was only after the war that people started to find his music and take it seriously. He's an opera called Ulysse, which I guess this author of this article says was the peak of his career in 1968, and then he didn't compose much after that. His biggest influence is, of course, the Second Viennese School, which he encountered in the 1930s, particularly the work of Berg and Webern. I guess he was a fascist during the 1920s. So all of his work from that point, he has withdrawn to never be performed. I'm assuming that music was very different from the serial music that followed. He was the first Italian to write in the 12-tone method. His first work composed entirely in the 12-tone style was Lyric Grèche, written in 1945. And his last purely diatonic work was the ballet Marcia, written in 1943. And then we got a nice list of works here. I'm not going to get too into it, but yeah, they all seem very substantial. Okay, I think with that, we can get into these little pieces here. I'm excited to hear them, and I'll let you know what I think. They're very short, all of them, like, many of them being under a minute long, so, yeah. Okay, so I rather like the series of pieces. I'm watching this very early in the morning, so not tons of it was sticking to my memory, just listening through it, but some of the movements that stuck out for me, I really like this movement, number 10, with the tremolos. I thought it was very effective, and I like how long the composer stays on this one chord at the beginning. I also really liked the rhythmic one, number 8. That was a nice, fresh change of pace in the middle of the piece, because there's a lot of like slow, quiet ones. Um, this one wasn't bad either. Um, yeah, some of the things I was thinking of when I was listening to it is how sort of high romantic it sounds. Like it doesn't really sound um, like you're moving through the chromatic pitch space very quickly. It's kind of dwells on certain intervals and harmonies for really long periods of time, which I think makes it a little bit more accessible. Also, the melodies themselves are very um, like romantic sounding, even though they're 12-tone melodies. Um, so there's something very lyrical about it. It also has this kind of polish to it that the 12-tone method lends to it. Like it just nothing is particularly easy to sing or repetitive, but he does not shy away from having little ostinati, especially little two-note things like this. This is a score follower, well, Insipidify video, which I'm not surprised by. Ermir Bayo, I think, is on the board, and he's a UNT composer. So it doesn't surprise me that this piece is featured on the channel. Um, a lot of the comments are really positive on this, which I think speaks to the community that this YouTube channel's created around this type of music. Um, one person I noticed said that like this is one of the most accessible pieces to dive into if you're getting into the world of 12 tone music, uh, to not just enjoy but to study. So I can't speak to the studying part, but I did enjoy listening to it. And whoever this is, says the third movement is particularly easy to analyze. I guess because the 12 tone row is like right there, um, in close imitation. Oh yeah, it's totally just like at the imitation at the unison. Um, so yeah, I'll definitely, even though I didn't particularly like the sound of this third one, I'll definitely keep that in my back pocket if I need to introduce anyone to the 12 tone method. Have them analyze this rather than some super convoluted Berg piece or something. I feel like even though Webern is very easy to analyze, you don't just want to show your students Webern. I mean, they got to know that there's other composers out there doing something similar. People have to understand that this was a moment in history and a cultural, political movement. Um, it meant something, you know? And I think that uh, going through the score and Diapiccola's bio really speaks to that. Um, and that's what this channel is all about. So glad we got to cover this one. Now, tomorrow, we probably have some more Feldman, if I would guess, hazard a guess. No, actually, we have Usvolskaya. Okay, that's good. Her 12 preludes for piano. I didn't really, I don't really have any of her piano sonatas, which is a shame. That would have been nice to add to the series, but I think you'll get a good sense of her style from these two, and they're really early, so that's good. Today I'm listening to the 12 piano preludes by Russian composer Galina Ostvolskaya. Um, I think I have all of them here. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, I have all 12 here. The scan is really bad because I made it, and the score I was scanning was like a 9 by 12, um, like concert size score, and obviously my printer was just an 8.5 by 11 printer or scanner. Um, yeah, these pieces are really interesting, and this composer is really interesting. It's our first Usvolskaya episode. I believe they were written in 1953, which is sort of it's one of her oldest pieces. She has a very small body of works that she actually um, considers her mature work. I think starting with her uh, piano concerto, maybe, or maybe her first symphony. Um, yeah, she studied in the Soviet Union, obviously, and was a student of Dmitri Shostakovich. We'll get deeper into that in a bit. She really came to fame in the 1980s, though, so a lot of her work was unperformed for decades and sort of unknown in the West. And then I guess around the time that the Soviet Union was starting to crumble, um, people started to advocate for her music and discover her music. I was really obsessed with Osfolskaya as a young composer, like in my 20s, early 20s. Um, it was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I believe at the time there was a lot of stuff you could find online, um, like performances and documentaries, and pretty much all of her scores were available to me because I was studying at the University of Toronto at the time, and they have a really great music library, maybe the most extensive in Canada. I'm not sure. She was born in 1919, died in 2006. She was known as a recluse, barely interviewed, found it unpleasant to talk about her music, and as I was alluding to earlier, she only approved 21 of her works for performance, so it's a really small body of work. She studied at Leningrad University. When she was studying with Shostakovich, she was the only woman in his composition class, and Shostakovich held her in very high regard, consulting her during the composition of some of his own works, and he treated her as a colleague. Their relationship, I think, is a little bit creepy. Like he showered her with too much affection, and there's just something sort of like uh, inappropriate about it feeling. Like I don't know if I can find it here, but yeah, she has this famous quote: "One thing remains clear as day: a seemingly eminent figure such as Shostakovich to me is not eminent at all. On the contrary, he burdened my life and killed my best feelings." So this is Ostvolskaya writing. It feels very their relationship feels very like inappropriate, and I don't want to like accuse Shostakovich of like sexually assaulting her or anything, but it just feels like that, like he crossed a lot of boundaries with her. Also, she like after studying with him became a recluse and lived in a swamp by herself for decades. So it's a story you have to kind of piece together through different anecdotes. Like he was a very powerful man, you know, especially at that time in the 1930s, and she was just like very young. Yeah, she was sort of her works in the over the 40s and 50s were like socialist realist pieces, including this one piece, Stepan Razin's Dream, which was nominated for a Stalin Prize. And throughout the 1950s, she composed propagandistic works for the Soviet Union, which is sort of what every Soviet composer did. But this music has very little to do with what she actually became famous for in the music um, that she championed, those 21 pieces. Um, which you'll see listening to these is very severe. It's like um, she's famous for this style that is like almost all quarter notes and highly dissonant, but also contrapuntal. And I can't remember the name of the documentary, but she talks about how with a lot of these pieces, like her piano sonatas, her symphonies, she would like internalize the entire piece before writing the first note. So she would know how everything went beat by beat. And that process of composing in her head mostly results in these types of pieces that are very like um, rhythmically limited. Okay, how did she become famous here? Her modernist music became more recognized in the 1960s, and eventually the Leningrad branch of the Union of Composers organized performances of her music. And then international awareness of her music started in the 1989 Holland Festival. So this is right around the time of the fall of the Berlin Wall. She died in St. Petersburg. Her manuscripts are stored at the Paul Sacher Stiftung and have been since 1994. Yeah, she's publicly said that her music is spiritual. This is another pattern you're going to see in a lot of post-Soviet composers is that they're often very religious and spiritual because religion was banned under the Soviet Union, and obviously there's a real wealth of music that is sacred. Oftentimes, like some composers were so heavily censored that, like for example, Mozart, you wouldn't get to hear their music unless it was their sacred pieces in the Soviet Union. So that's another thing is like there's this sort of like fascination with what's going on in the West and where music is heading, despite the censorship that you have to deal with in the Soviet Union, kind of thing. From 47 to 77, she taught at Leningrad Conservatory. Um, she taught her students about polyphony and counterpoint, and showed them works by composers who were banned up until the 1960s, when she was allowed to. So she was very much like aware of what was going on in classical music and trying to give her students access to this stuff. Here, for example, Mahler and Stravinsky are mentioned. I don't think there's much else I can say that isn't evident when you start listening to her work. So, yeah, we'll just listen to these. It looks like her first piece is the piano concerto in her opus. It's 1946, and then the last thing she wrote was her Symphony Number 5, which was completed in 1990, which was still quite a few years before she died. Yeah, let's get into this, and I'll let you know what I think of these preludes. Okay. Yeah, these were fun to listen through. I'm really under the weather today, so it was difficult to pay attention, but it still kept my attention, you know? Like, I used to know these pieces really well, so revisiting them was nice and nostalgic. Um, yeah, I'm kind of embarrassed how much I was trying to copy this style as an undergraduate student. It was kind of like ridiculous. But I think these pieces are really interesting. There's a great variety of things going on in them. My favorite movements were usually the louder ones. I think they're catchier, like movements Prelude 5 and Prelude 7. Prelude 7 is like it's the shorter one. It's a shorter one, but it's really catchy. Um, and then the first movement out of like the quiet slow ones, the first movement's probably the first prelude is probably the best. I just find it really enigmatic and interesting. Um, Interestingly, my score here differed from the recording in that preludes 11 and 12 were flipped in this score video with regards to this score. So I think that's kind of interesting because the 11th prelude is not very substantial. It's sort of short and open-ended, whereas I think the 12th prelude does make a bit of a stronger ending. I guess it depends how you want the piece to end if you play all 12 of them. Um, yeah, she's really good at weaving these like chromatic lines that are mostly moving by step, right? So it seems like kind of atonal music that's really, really informed by uh, like Renaissance counterpoint. Just looking at the lines themselves, it's like very Renaissance looking almost. I also like the moments where she starts repeating notes. That's always an interesting feature in her music. Also, a lot of double flats, so she tends to spell things in a way that preserves the look of the musical line, right? So A lot of these are in flatland to begin with, and there's just a lot of double flats as she veers off of whatever tonal center you could argue they start in. Um, yeah, if you liked this, I would highly recommend her piano sonatas. I think they're a bit more substantial pieces, but these preludes are more like an intro to her style. They feel almost like pedagogical because they're like 2 and 3 part inventions for the most part. Like you only ever get 4 voices when you have these occasional chords. There's long stretches of music where it's just kind of like one voice over a drone. So I think it really introduces you to the technique of composition she was developing in the 50s. So yeah, that's it for Ursvolskaya. I'm going to uh, just edit this video and go to sleep now. Hopefully I'm feeling better tomorrow because I'm barely holding it together today. And I couldn't even record yesterday. I was so sick. Like, yeah, I haven't been this sick in years. Okay, what's next? Intersection 3 by Morton Feldman. It's probably going to be a short one. And the day after that, some Chelsea. That'll be fun. We haven't looked at any Chelsea since the string quartet series, which was more than a year ago now. So, yeah. All right, so today's piece is Intermission 3 by Morton Feldman. Pretty sure? From 1952, yeah. So this piece is 1 page. This is the Edition Peters publication. It's 3 staves all the way through, but the bottom staff is silently depressed keys. Yeah, there's even a note at the bottom of the page here. So that's kind of interesting. He logistically had to kind of figure that out. There's a combination of silently depressed keys and pedaling and half pedaling. Um, Not too sophisticated compared to other stuff we've been looking at. I mean, Stockhausen has some crazy pedalings in his Klavierstück, and that was around the same time as this. Um, but yeah, it is 1952. So I like that he labels when he wants the right hand to depress these keys, right? So it's very clear how you're supposed to do it. A lot of like hand crossing has to happen to make it work. Um, Maybe it could be more cleanly notated if the depressed keys could be freely placed on the other 2 staves, but he wants it to look this way, I guess. Yeah, let me just pull up a recording here. We've also looked at Intermission 6 on this channel before. It looked nothing like this piece, but it was also for piano. I'll just put the episode number up here for that one. And this one is super short. It's like a minute and a half. So I'm just going to give it a listen and I'll let you know what I think. I encourage you to listen as well. This might be, we've had some pieces this short on the piano series, but it is one of the shortest ones for sure. Okay, nice. I like this one. Um, I like that it goes by pretty fast. It's like at a bit of a fast tempo in 3/8 as well. And there's a choreography to it, which I think is kind of interesting. Um, there's a lot of interesting resonance moments, like here with the CE depressed, and also here when you add the G sharp. It's kind of interesting because the previous note is down here, right in and amongst that. Um, and the last chord sounds very final compared to what we've been hearing. Kind of curious if the pitches in the left hand were determined serially in any sort of way, or sorry, the silently depressed pitches, or if it's more like intuitively chosen. It's funny how such a small like extended technique can kind of break the whole concept you have of like what a piano does and like what the pitches are supposed to do and stuff. Um, yeah, that's it for this one. Let me grab the score for tomorrow. Oh shit, I looked at the wrong one today. We were supposed to look at intersection 3, but I can just do that tomorrow. Um, yeah, because intersection 3 is 1953, and we weren't quite done with the 1953 pieces yet, so oh well, you know. I kind of just needed to do a short one anyways because my voice is really wrecked, so. All right, so today I'm going to be looking at Intersection 3 by Morton Feldman, assuming I have enough battery on my microphone here. All right, so this is what the piece looks like. It was written in April of 1953. It's for solo piano as far as I know. And you might recognize this notation from Feldman's percussion piece, The King of Denmark. It's actually 4 pages, so it continues kind of like this. Maybe I have the pages out of order. What the hell? Yeah, I think it's like reversed in this PDF for whatever reason. So this is page 1. And here's the description of the notation. Each box is equal to 1 beat at quarter equals 176. And each system is notated vertically as regards to pitch, high, middle, low. The numbers indicate how many keys one plays. Where there are 2 numbers for one register, any part of the register can be used. The player is free to choose any dynamic and to make any rhythmic entrances on or within a given situation. Sustained sounds, once played, must be held to the end of the notated duration. So, for example, the first beat of the piece, you need to play 3 pitches in each hand in the middle register of the piano. And then the next beat, you play 5 notes in one hand and 4 notes in the other, and the outer extremes. Then 6 pitches, it's not clear how it's distributed in the middle register. Then high register, 2 single pitches. Later on, would be beat 10, where 10 is marked. And then right after that, you have our first multi-beat note. So this one you hold for, or you execute the 3 sounds over 5 beats, right? So you can kind of see what's specified here. You got density, rhythm almost. It's not quite as granular as rhythm, but it's like you have the beat, right? Uh, and you have uh, like distribution across the range of the instrument. You also technically have like the technical facility of like how many fingers you got to use. I guess some of these it's like you have to play 11 notes or whatever. So, or 9 notes. So you don't physically have enough fingers to play it as one chord, so you have to break it basically. Like you have to so there's situations where you're forced to play more than one note in a beat. And there's situations where you don't have to play more than one note in a beat. And I think that's sort of the significance of the dividing them up and having multiple sounds per hand. I think kind of like the King of Denmark, some of these are going to be so many notes that the performer is probably not going to play it in time. They're probably going to add time. So this piece might run a lot longer than it's supposed to. I don't know if that's an oversight on Feldman's part, but it's a trend I'm seeing in these grid pieces. Yeah, and then you can see that it's over 400 beats long, right? This is the last page. Towards the end of it, we get a little bit more space. So you have these moments on page 2 where you have lots of beats that are open. And same thing at the beginning of page 3. The last page is a little bit more dense. But yeah, kind of fascinating. Uh, I don't think this gets performed as much as The King of Denmark, but I think he has a whole series of these intersection pieces for piano. Okay, intersection 1 is actually for orchestra. Marginal intersection is a piece for large orchestra and oscillators and tape slash phonograph record. I guess it's that old. Okay, so not sure if that's also in the series, but let's count it. Intersection 2 is for piano. Intersection plus is for piano. Intersection 3 is for piano. Intersection 4 is for cello. Intersection. Is there a 5? There's an intersection for magnetic tape, and all of these are written from like between 1951 and 1953. So this is like some of his earliest stuff. I think he was pretty well known for his grid paper stuff. Maybe this is his most substantial grid paper series. I'm not sure. He also has a series called like Projection. Um, like the famous grid paper example, which I think is in the Norton anthology, is like the Projection for cello. Yeah, that series. Where's the first one? The hell? Yeah, the first one is for cello. I guess historically people like to share Projection 1 because it is 1950. It's really old. But this intersection series is almost as old. Um, so yeah, that's kind of interesting. I think it's interesting that it's like mostly piano pieces, but also orchestra and tape. Kind of weird. I wonder what unites all of them other than this notation. But that'll be for future episodes to figure out. Recording to this is in the video description. I'll let you know what I think of it. And I'm right in front of my TV here, so I think I'm just going to pull it up there. So, yeah, see you in a bit with my opinions here. Okay, so yeah, the performer did end up taking this at speed. I don't know what I was expecting, but yeah, it is pretty intense. And I wasn't expecting the silences to hit so hard, but that was one of the things that really stood out, actually, was the composer has really fine control over sound and silence kind of thing. Um, and yeah, it sort of like makes just kind of makes me think like, oh, what was I expecting other than this? Like, uh, pretty much the only thing the pianist can do in this kind of situation is play clusters very quickly and all across the range of the piano. And that's exactly what you get. And I think it's kind of interesting how, as a listener, when you're faced with this unfamiliar notation, it's like, I don't know what this is going to sound like. But if you think about it for a little while, like, you do know what this is going to sound like. Like, it's going to be intense. And it is. So, yeah, maybe something that's unique to this series is the amount of notes. Like, this is much more dense than The King of Denmark was. So that could be it. It's faster too, like it's a faster tempo. So maybe that would explain why the mediums that it's calling for are like very notey, piano, orchestra, electronics, orchestra and electronics. The cello one might be a unique one. Um, yeah, maybe I should grab a score of that in case we ever do a cello series on the channel. And yeah, I kind of dig it. It's a little bit more interesting than the other piano pieces we've been looking at by him. Uh, and I like it more than Projection 1, honestly. I think it's more fun. It's funnier, more dynamic. And I think students would remember it more if this was the Feldman piece being recommended to them. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on that. Tomorrow we're going to listen to Bot Ba by Giacinto Chelsea. Okay, so today's piece is by Giacinto Chelsea, Italian composer. It's called Bot Ba, also known as his Suite Number 8 for piano, I believe. Yeah. And this was composed in 1952. So I guess it's not quite his early period anymore. We covered one other Chelsea piece on the channel so far, his String Quartet number 4. That was way back in episode 16, and I encourage you to go listen to that one because I cover his biography and introduce you to the composer a little bit. But I'm not going to repeat myself here. We're just going to jump into this piece. Um, yeah, I was kind of surprised to find this score because I didn't realize he had this and a number of piano sonatas, so he has quite a lot of piano music actually. Even though he's famous as the one note piece composer, um, I guess his later stuff tended away from piano towards many different instruments of different timbres, and like instruments capable of more microtonal intonation and things like that. But I guess still in the 1950s, he was doing a lot of stuff for piano. So this can give us a little bit of a sense of what his music was like, what his style was like before he was doing the like one note pieces, but still when he was doing this sort of like Orientalist thing. Um, it's the piece I go to that's in this from this period of his work is the three pieces for saxophone. Um, but yeah, so that's like what I'm expecting from this piece basically is this sort of like still sort of like sound mass texture, but with like chords rather than individual pitches. And like very improvised rhythms that are then transcribed, something which was a feature of all of his later music as well. This piece has, I think, six movements. So the first movement is marked agitato, quarter equals 100. Movement two starts a little bit more sparsely. It's marked non troppo sostenuto, quarter equals 53 or 63. So slow. And then movement three has no tempo indication other than quarter equals 84. Movement four is marked lento, quarter equals 54. And it starts with these big clustery chords. Movement five is also marked lento, but even slower, quarter equals 48. And then movement six is also lento, but quarter equals 50. You'll notice that some of these movements have extremely long measures or sections that have no measures, which is kind of interesting. It really reminds me of like Georges Ligeti, or and it's a little bit earlier, like it predates the stuff Ligeti was doing in the 60s. You could also compare it to like Varese, but maybe a little bit more leaning towards like Orientalism and stuff like that. Um, you can kind of see how he ended up writing like timbre pieces or pieces on a single pitch. It's yeah, there's a very clear trajectory towards that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, I guess because my laptop's running out of batteries, I'm just gonna put a link in the video description and I'll direct you to that. I mean, I've already put it there. And I'll let you know what I think. It's a 21-minute listen or so, so you'll have to set aside a little bit of time. And I guess I'll see you then. Um, yeah, I'm excited. Chelsea's a pretty interesting guy and an interesting composer, so hopefully I can find a good performance. Okay, so admittedly, I listened to it on my phone while my uh, laptop was charging back up. But I had a score video, so I was able to follow along. And I really like the shorter movements or the more like restrained ones. Some of the longer movements, like movements one and three, had too many different segments. Like the form was needlessly complicated, I think. I do like the sort of like manic ending of the last movement, but my favorite movement was probably movement five, the short one. It just had a very yeah, like calm, strange thing about it. So there's often like this building up of sound all the time and this like contemplative like sitting on chords. But there's also these very abrupt like lifts of the pedal and silences and it's very heavy in that sense. It's kind of intense. I think it's inspired by Tibetan dance or something. So that like lifting is like a real physical gesture. And yeah, he manages to play with resonance without having any sort of silently depressed notes or like extreme dynamic things. It's mostly just really interesting uses of piano register and like clusters. Um, Movement two also really struck me in a certain way. Let me just go back to it here. Yeah, this opening is really sweet with the single A flat, and also the first like big section of chords here at the that's all clustery at the bottom of the piano. So cool sounding, almost like electronic music sounding. Like it's like there's moments in this piece that I can really see would be influential to like spectral composers, for example. You know, because it's like it makes the piano sound completely different. Like we've listened to almost 100 piano pieces at this point, and none of them sound like this. It's a very unique sounding group of pieces here. I think we have one other Chelsea piano piece, but it'll be a bit later in the series. His third piano sonata, I think. And tomorrow we'll see here. It's probably still in 1952 land. Yep, we're gonna go through more of Feldman's intermission pieces. Is the plan. So yeah. Okay, so today's piece is a short one. It's gonna be another intermission by Morton Feldman. These were a series of pieces he wrote in 1950, in the 1950s, I guess. I can't remember the range. A lot of them were just written in 1952, and it's a series of piano pieces. They're all very short. This one is just one page, and it's yeah. I guess what distinguishes this from some of his other short piano pieces from this time is like all of the intermissions have long silences in them. And apart from intermission 6, which is a more of like an open form thing, they're all just written strictly with bar lines and time signatures and slow tempi. Um, we looked at intermission 3 2 episodes ago. That one had a third piano staff, which was just dedicated to silently depressed keys. Um, so that was kind of different. This one doesn't seem to have anything particularly unique about it. It's got one chord on the second line that's forte, and everything else in the piece is piano. It also has a line that has four staves, which makes you wonder, like, is this stuff in the middle two staves, like, inserted into the piece? Is this like another layer of music that only happens there? Also, that's the only place where anything is pedaled, is where these two chords are. Uh, I guess it poses an interesting idea. Like, once you have these four staves and you go back down to two, which two staves is it? You know what I mean? Is it like we have this B flat on the inner two? Is it the inner two staves are there at the end, or are we back to the outer ones? Or like the way I see it, the outer ones, like the first two staves we get become the outer staves of this section. I think what my mind is going there because of the bass clef on the bottom. But it's yeah, it's just kind of like a weird visual thing. We've been doing a lot of Feldman pieces. If you don't know much about the New York school, they're all like influenced by abstract expressionist painters. So one sort of through line with Feldman's stuff is how things appear visually on the page is very important, and often he'll break notation conventions to sort of explore a visual presentation of music. Um, and I think this is a very simple example. He's playing with a number of staves, um, but everything else that he's doing with the notation is very normal. Um, so yeah, we'll have a listen to this. It's like a minute of music, and then I'll let you know my thoughts. Um, all of these pieces, by the way, are published by C.F. Peters. Um, it's not hard to find recordings of any of them. I'll put a particular recording in the video description if you want to listen to it. So pause the video now and come back to it once you've heard this thing. Okay, nice. This was the recording I listened to, Musica Acoustica. I really like this one. I know I say that about everything, but yeah, it has a very clear climax and it kind of tells a story. I like how much longer the silences are after this big moment on the third line. And I like the forte chord because it kind of throws you off. Like, why is it that the loudest part of the piece when it's clearly not the climax of the piece? So yeah, it's a little bit enigmatic. Uh, yeah, I mean, all of these intermissions are kind of interesting because you could very easily put them on a single program, and I think it wouldn't even be very long. Um, all right, today's piece is Intermission 5 by Morton Feldman, also written in 1952. This one is 2 pages, and it looks a little bit more iconic. Um, yeah, I think some of the other piano pieces from 1952 were in 3/16 like this. But yeah, this is in 3/16. Whenever a measure is empty, it's a dotted quarter rest. And it's very sort of like grid-like looking, which I think is kind of interesting. And you can see a lot of like copied and pasted and repetitive things going on in it. A lot of silences. It kind of reminds me of some of the stuff in Triadic Memories, even though it's completely from a completely different point in the composer's career. Um, and I guess in terms of like what he's doing with notation here, he has really extreme contrast and dynamics in this one. So either your triple forte or triple piano, and there's nothing in between. He also asks you to use the sostenuto pedal to hold this gigantic cluster um, throughout the piece, and this sort of spans F3 to G5, so like sort of like the higher vocal range of the piano. Another interesting thing about the notation is we got this use of grace notes that are suspended in amongst rests, right? So he plays with grace notes, like you could have a grace note at the end of a measure that's a rest, or you could have a grace note at the beginning of a measure that's a rest. And the grace note does not need to be attached to any other note. And in the latter half of the piece, we get this high B flat grace note that just keeps repeating. So yeah, very weird looking score compared to the other intermissions. But I think it's similarly playful with its notation, and it's definitely for piano, which I think is probably the most uniting feature of the series. Um, yeah, this one shouldn't be very long. I encourage you to listen to the recording that I put in the video description, and I'll let you know what I think of it. I've never heard it before, and so far I've heard intermission 6 and intermission 3 and intermission 4. So hopefully I can kind of compare it to those other works from the same year. Okay, yeah, very enigmatic, really weird ending. I don't think he uses repetition like that in any of his other piano pieces from this time. Really kind of strange way to end the piece. Um, and yeah, the dynamics really work. I like this idea of like setting up these big sounds, and then as it fades out, you have all these smaller sounds sort of populating the space. Yeah, we get four big chords, and then this stuff. So yeah, not really sure what sort of inspiration struck Feldman with this one, why it was composed like this, but this ending is eerily similar to the stuff he was doing in his late works. So I think that's a kind of interesting impulse that he went with. It's very like looking. I'm assuming the composer's manuscript was also like this, with 6 bars to a line. Um, cool. Well, maybe we're doing an intersection or something tomorrow, because a lot of those are 1952 as well. You know what? I think we have a piano piece from 1952 by Feldman to look at. If I've already looked at that one for whatever reason, we're going to look at Intersection 2, which is from 1951, so a little bit earlier.